No bear out of the basement. Nope. Alright. Now that I have sufficiently murdered some of the time, let's see. I may have to restart the stream though. It's being a little funky. But I think we're okay. I've been watching it and it looks fine on Twitch. It's being a little funky elsewhere. Yeah, I think it's okay. Don't need to be listening to myself twice. Scream all you want, Bear. You're not being let out. Also, this music has been, like, chill. Alright. Let's see. Fun fact, I can watch myself and get my own Twitch rewards. I didn't know that. I was like, oh, I go stream it for 8 hours, and I don't get nothing. Dummy, I could just pick it up myself. Alright.
You have not yet attained the status of official TCG players. First, master the rules and hone your skills. Then, and only then, may you come and challenge me.
What? I can challenge the cat?
Yes, heed Prince's words. Besides, I need to keep mixing drinks for now. If you wait until I'm free, I can have Prince explain more for you.
I didn't know I could card battle the cat. So I want to see if I can get straight to Fontaine today. So let's see. It just let me. It is time to go to Fontaine, it seems. The next phase of your journey is about to begin. It says yes! Okay, cool. And thus, I am unofficially required to have Fontainesy people. Not that I actually need to, I
have high hopes for this journey.
I'm gonna use them.
I'll take the lead today.
There we go.
Afternoon tea.
They're all not gonna be helpful, but I want some in my team. Alright, let's go. Alright, and it's like, hey, you should probably do all your commissions and stuff. I'm just like, no. I probably should, actually. I don't know if I can with these guys.
Add applesauce. What?
Add extra applesauce. Let's go. Wait, I have a reputation award. Like, I actually did something? It counted? Whee! Alright. We've been short-handed today. No. You said you had thingies for me, right? Quests! It's because I was doing quests, that's why. And then I did a request yesterday, so I can get stuff for that too. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Over here!
She runs so much faster. Alright. Get this. I should probably go to my little pot house. So excited. Fontaine! They let me do Fontaine!
This realm is truly... If you ever have it...
Oh, bite. And I'm sure that's the same merchant that was there before. Oh, nope, need to go back to that. And And then this. So where do I need to go? Ah. That's a weird place to be, but okay.
The first time we came here. Oh, Paimon remembers! Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
Good memory. I guess we may have stumbled upon this place at some point before.
So much time has already passed since then, and it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right? Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time, and then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with.
Yes, but as long as we're around, it's hard to say what will happen.
Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next? Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
That's mean. I was just thinking that you might be the problem. No, Paimon, you're perfect.
Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out. Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Next stop is Fontaine, and let's continue our journey.
Ah, look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
We're preparing to leave Sumeru and head to Fontaine. Don't side-eye me, whoever the hell you are.
Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle. So, when are you leaving?
We leave as soon as we're finished a few preparations. Journey should be spontaneous.
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
Girl, I feel you. I don't like you, Mr. Side-Eye.
Guess you won't be needing a going-away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahita?
In her case, she'll know from our dreams anyway.
Oh,
that's weird.
Good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Take care and bye, Dia.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
fancy video. Ooh. It just crosses it for me? Aww. Maybe if you had turkey. Turkey does that. We can see it! We can see it! Yay! Okay. So where the hell do I go? It says down. I don't think I'm supposed to, like, swim across. But I also have nowhere else to go. No idea how this is gonna work. Yeah, it was a very stressful class and trip. But I'm really glad to be home. Oh man, like I don't think I'm supposed to do it this way. I really don't think I'm supposed to be doing it this way. Water World! Yeah, I don't think I'm supposed to be flying across, but screw it. Will I make it, though? I don't know. I think I might. I think I might make it. Oh, I got an achievement for that. I wonder.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port! Wow! Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine! Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines!
So I heard, and it's about what I imagine. It's even more impressive than I imagined.
Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think?
Let's start by meeting the Hydro Archon. I like how they're just like, hey, yeah, we're basically nobodies here. Let's just go basically talk to God. Like, let's just waltz up to them and just go chit-chat with them. Like, let's have an audience, an uncalled for audience. Like, that's not how this works.
Good idea! Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
Our journey is to find my sibling and also to find the truth.
Yeah! The more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means. To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
We're in Fontaine.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Excuse me. Can I help you too? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seemed to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
So they see trial. So they see trials as a sort of opera.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
Okay, let me read this. Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. Oh gosh. Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. Alright. I'm gonna go on TikTok later. A judgment device created by the Archon, so this is the Nation of Justice.
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Make an appointment? Time slots? What?
Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Seems the people of Fontaine really like the Hydro Archon, but they don't appear to revere her.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime. Hey! What are you looking over there for?
There's a girl over there. She's been standing quite alone for quite some time.
Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her.
Yay! Progress! Oh, wow. Hi.
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
Huh? Ah, I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Maybe they're mermaids or a fantastical race from Fontaine.
No, people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now, it's been completely submerged. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
Ah, I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern.
There's so many bows.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine. We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
There's hardly anything left for me to say when you're around, and because you always steal all my lines.
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories? And that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
So, what's happening? Granted, it sounds like the water level's rising.
Where to begin?
But why?
Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
Hello, Liddy. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm in Fontaine.
And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Oh, alright then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
Please?
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please follow me.
Oh gosh, you guys walk so slow. Hi. Are we just doing this? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's literally all we're going. Just take me there. Put it in the next video.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let's go.
So, she's the Hydro-Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration! If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu. As you can all see, 2 unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion, who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Is she talking about us?
Yes, yes she is. Let's go. Nobody here seems to be holding a glass. So does that mean they're pork?
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you left in your wake as you visited other nations, but I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally. Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured, I see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner. I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
Okay. Finding the Archon was easy enough. Focalor.
Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes. But the Hydro-Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top? Ahem. Miss Hydro-Archon? How did you know we were coming?
Because, of course we were.
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities. You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Feels like she can't get over herself. No, she had the creepy guy spying on us.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
Ellipses, let's go.
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see her. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Oh, we're fighting the Archon?
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Bring it on, fighting gods. I've got a resume. No. I don't like this.
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a true warrior. Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Huh. Yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. They're getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
Araneus?
Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
Whoa, all right! Now that'll be worth
I've had her.
seeing.
You've gotten snippets of what she sounds like.
This is Fontaine, after all. It's such a grand opera house. It would be a
She always
pity
sounded
not to
like really
use it.
hoity-toity.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
And we haven't committed any crimes. We literally just arrived.
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's obvious, isn't it?
Oh, why? How is it obvious?
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are
What?
clearly guilty of violating this law, no?
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she does.
Is this like
You
flew
call
in
that
here?
obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
Okay, I was gonna say we flew in here. Shush Bear. I will subject you to Kingdom Hearts streams later, I promise.
Precisely! Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun. But if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Oh, that's interesting.
Ta-da!
So Paimon's literally tethered to us?
Paimon's back! Hey, when did Lenny do that?
When Lenny patted you on the back. Oh, okay.
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the Traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
All right. I thought that was like an actual tether. I was like, shh, that makes sense, I guess.
Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
Oh,
In
man.
which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
And just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. He never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
Thanks for bailing us out, Lenny. Did you know that was going to happen?
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Confusing is a good way to put it. Is she really that reasonable?
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Lenny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
Why not both?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
I would be delighted.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first.
Which is... What? Is there any way we can help?
You really mean it? then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
What? What? It's a bag. Unless it's like another magic teapot situation.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the Nation of Justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
So it's only in the last few years? That's pretty quick if it's covering up a hill. But now the water is engulfing our memories. It won't be long before it engulfs us. Quoting Lynette.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
It's kind of depressing.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is more than a bit of rain.
So I'll just go ahead and take a quick, disposition break. Also, hello, Kix, and hello, Solitary. We're in Fontaine today. As for the question, could I briefly explain Genshin? I can do a synopsis? Abbreviation? Words. Of the story. They don't really know Genshin. It's... You are a space alien. You've crashed in another world. You got separated from your brother 500 years ago. Or your sister. I'm playing the girl. So my brother has gone evil, and I'm trying to find him so we can go back home or traveling together across space, I guess, more. But while we're on this planet called Tibet, or continent called Tibet, we are unearthing what happened 500 years ago, as well as going from land to land of trying to make things right, I guess, because everyone's got elemental powers and whatnot, and it's of course themed for every place. This seems to be France. The last one I was a jungle, and the one jungle in a desert. I'm so bad at explaining things, but yeah, it's fun. It's really pretty. I'm enjoying it. And it's a nice, just chill game. And then You want chaos, solitary, but it's almost 4 a.m. and you haven't slept. I went to bed at like 3 in the morning, so I feel you. I had a lot of like chores I had to do. I'm actually gonna have to go take a break here in a little bit to go swap some laundry over. But yeah, so I made it to Fontaine, which to me is a new area, which was the last area released. I think I started last year when this actually got released. So I'm hoping that through this weekend, I can go through and get through Fontaine. I can go to Natlan, which is the newest one that just got released. And then I'm caught up technically with Genshin story. I'm kind of excited about that. Oh, my vacuum's going off. 1 second. All right, vacuum's done. So yeah, I'm kind of like slowly actually catching up. So I think Fontaine, which is where I'm at, came out last year, and Natlan just came out this past week. So I'm hoping to get Fontaine's main stuff done this weekend, so I can start Natlan this month and enjoy like some of the perks of being actually caught up with the game, and then I can go through and just like enjoy it like everyone else does instead of like playing catch up. Anyway, I've been jibber jabbering. Hello and welcome, and feel free to chat. I love chatting and stuff, but yeah, actually explaining Genshin, I don't know, I'm here for the ride. I'm just here for the ride. I have no idea how to get into specifics about it, but I'll do my best to answer any questions. Very pretty, definitely. I like all of this. I'm not like super into it, like the lore and stuff, like I don't know yet. But yeah, it's very nice, very fun, very pretty. Back to story bits. Oh, Paimon gets it. It's like preparing for a rainy day, but this is more like a bit of rain. If the prophecy is true, then is there no way to prevent the disaster? Let's continue.
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
Oh. Okay. The explanation is perfect. If I were to explain it, we got beaten up by a god and had our sibling kidnapped. Now we're here on Tibet to collect waifus and husbandos. Yes, yes. Distribute magic pockets. Oh. Listening for my cat to see if she's needing my attention today. All right, give one to you.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier.
Take a pocket.
Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope
Can you
for
fit
the
a
best.
house in that? You like the magic teapot?
Oh, please, also thank the magician.
Yeah,
on my
I
behalf
love
when
kitty
you
cats.
get the chance.
The one I have right now, she's a loving tabby. She's going through some stuff though right now, so I need to go check on her occasionally to make sure everything's all good. But I've had her for
So
9
you
years.
also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
What? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So, if you ask me, When the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Oh, we haven't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
Huh. Okay. It's a very specific one. Alright. Please don't kick my butt later. I don't want to deal with that. It says I need to go that way, but why are you telling me to go, like, all the way over here? I just want to see where this takes me. So go all the way up here. All the way across. Okay. Instead of me just, you know, traveling, gliding across like a normal player. Alright. But yes, kitty cats are awesome. I'm hoping to get more kittens. Maybe for... It sounds weird putting it this way, but like, for the holidays, I'm thinking about getting more kittens. Just for timing and stuff. Oh! I hope they are safe. Oh. Yep, there she goes. Alright. Hello, Captain. Why these specific people? Why am I giving only these people bags?
I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything. Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now. I'd really rather not.
Alright, and then talk to Lenny. Oh, he's on this side now. Yay!
Oh? You already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some, interesting opinions.
No kidding? Minnie, you're quite stubborn.
Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
Alright, I will go get those. I'm glad I don't... Oh man, I would be so distraught if my cat... Any of my cats went missing. Like... I don't... Quick story time. So, it was... a long time ago. Without putting dates on it. But... I had my very, very first cat. I was a teenager. When I graduated, she went with me. And I was trying to do everything right. I had someone watching her while I was trying to get like a pet deposit saved up for my first apartment. But I made the mistake of visiting her the day before I went to go get her. Because I just needed the acknowledgement that my deposit was accepted and whatnot. And so I couldn't take her home that day that I visited her. And I guess because I visited her, she got sad and left where she was staying temporarily, and no one could find her ever again. And I spent several months looking for her. I think it was like 2 months. that I like was going like as constantly as I could afford to go travel the 2 hours to go try and look for her. I was so heartbroken over it, and I finally had to just stop because it was getting colder. And I had to assume that she was out in the wilderness of the local area and just living her best life. She would have been like super old by this point, of course, like today. So I have to tell myself she lived a good life. And then, yeah. So I imagine if like in a neighborhood setting, I would be out constantly to be closer.
Now it's time for a short
versus me driving 2 hours to go search for her in like the random like land area that she was in. She was never found, so I just gotta assume she's okay. What is up? Oh, that is up. Okay. So it's saying I need to go this way. I'm curious. Okay, if I do this. So Traveler doesn't do that. She doesn't have the animation of diving into the water. What about... She does. Okay. Is it just the Fontaine people that do it? Hang on. So I know you can swim here. Or dive, because you can swim anywhere. Oh, there it is. Okay, I have to do it right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I gotta tell myself that she did okay. Like, I had her for a couple years before she poofed. And then after her, I finally decided to...
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect for maritime flowers.
I had to, I eventually just kind of got over it. I don't want to say got over it. I still think about her sometimes, but I know that she's an old lady, if not passed away peacefully. But I got my old man that I had for many, many years. He lived a very long life, and he was the one I had to make pass away in earlier this year because he had cancer. And old man, he would have definitely kept on a little bit longer, but he was suffering, and his stubbornness would have just made him suffer longer, and I couldn't do that to him. That was not a fun choice either. Did everything? Would I have had a Hydra at this point? Yeah, Barbara. I would have had Barbara, I think. So we would have been able to collect these, because otherwise that would be messed up. But I got my old man, and he had a very long, cozy life. So I'm happy about that. Anyway, that's happy.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
I feel that.
Fine.
Bird
The
days.
performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
Try what? They just left? Are we just walking? What's going on?
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run.
Alright, understood. Leave it to
All
me.
right, let's go.
Dragonfly? I can't. Pick it up. Go to the Rome Maritime Harbor? Upper level? Whoa, hi. I think that's a FromSoft habit. I usually call him if I feed him. Just never came after calling for all I know that he went that, so I'm happy. I'm so happy you got your cat back. That's so nice. I mean it. Wait. Are either in motion or have yet to set sail. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Alright. Let's get through this little section and then I need to get me some more
Spot where Lenny
to
wanted
drink.
us to wait.
Hey, it's her.
Oh, look! Isn't that her?
Get ready to stop her. Time to make an arrest.
Oh no! Did she notice us? She started running the other direction! What should we do? Should we chase her?
Our job is to block this path. The rest is up to Lily.
You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away.
You wait, but there's no sign of the thief.
Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Lenny caught the thief.
Seems there's no reason for us to stay here. Let's go find Lenny.
Let's go.
Alright. Oh no!
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier.
But good night, Solitary.
Anyway,
if you're going to
I
sleep.
should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh,
See you later.
were you
Thank
returning
you.
what the thief had stolen?
Yes.
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Lenny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all.
You have a performance in a few
fact,
days.
It's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
Gotta do it soon.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
Thank you.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Lenny's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontaine now.
The world opens itself before those with noble hearts. Woo! Resonate with Hydro. Hey! Achivo! Alright. I just became a shooter! What the heck?
Water jet!
I like how I just sit here and be like, you guys are all kapoofed. So goofy. Alright. Before we go to the court of Fontaine, we're going to take a very quick break. I need to go check on my kitty cat and grab me another drink. So I should be back in about 5 minutes. Yay! Okay. For lack of a better term, I'm like on energy drinks today. Or having energy drinks. And these ones came with like a weird, instead of the rings that are usually on sodas, like the plastic rings, these have like weird black caps on them. And like I'm always afraid that when I take them off that I'm just shaking the drink and it's gonna explode when I open it. Sorry, just like a thought. Passing thought. Hello, we're back. I hope you enjoyed the nice chill lo-fi music. Alright, we are... Oh, hey. Oh, I have to go that way anyway. I was like, there's a thingy!
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around! People in Fontaine really know how to use water!
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
Aww, that's me.
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Who's this? Oh! I have her too! I forgot!
Oh, excuse me! Aren't you the great magician Linny? And his assistant Lynette?
Hello. I don't believe we've...
I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey across Tibet?
Guess you could say that? After this, I need to go see what's up with my door.
I recognize everybody almost immediately! I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who's who, would I? Wow, today must be my day! Who knew I would end up on the same boat as so many VIPs? Could my vision finally be showing me some favor? So, Charlotte, what do you usually report on? Well, when there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
That would definitely get my attention. Even I want to read those
That's
now.
fine and all, but what I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right! These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And
Oh,
ever
that's a long
since,
time
after a
ago.
period of
Okay.
time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
Then there must be more than one criminal at work. Maybe there are copycat criminals.
Yes,
Interesting.
it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Linny.
You continue talking on the aqua bus, and before you know it, you are arriving at your destination! Okay, there is no one at my door, but I still need to go check out what they were doing.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
This is a nice little grand entrance. A showy.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
Ah, I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Hyman hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
Weren't we on
If
our
you
way to
don't
the
mind, how about we
courthouse?
stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
Alright, alright. Ooh, pretty. Not too crazy. Very vertical though, which makes sense. Alright, cool. Very quick, be right back. Not as long as it was before. Sorry. I gotta check out what's up there. Or up at my door. It was just a delivery. Okay. I was hearing some weird stuff. There's some kids playing? So when I walk away, I can still, like, hear the game going. It's so cool. I'll go touch it. Can I climb on it? No. Why do you hate me so? But yeah, I don't see any kids running around, so... Oh, maybe this kid? Fontaine. Moving dramas, tumultuous trials, the Steambird has it all, today and every day. And what's the news, little boy? Interested? Well then buy a paper. I will! Buy, sell me one! Of course, if you're too lazy to read, you can always look for Sir Arthur, who will tell you about it. And who is Sir Arthur? However, I can give you information for free. You can consider it a freebie for a new customer. Sir Arthur is the Steambird in Steambird. Okay. The gentleman isn't alive, but he can speak just fine. What? All of my commissions are done. I don't even know where I would go here. Hang on. Yeah, I have no idea. I can't see. I was like, that's what I'm doing. Alright. It wants me to go this way. Oh, I can't pluck flowers? Okay. I'm sure that's illegal. Hi. You don't sell anything? Shopkeeper! Let me buy recipes, please! Let's go! What is Fanta? Specific drink sold at shops. Or we'll buy one of those, one of these, one of those. Newspaper guy? Newspaper guy does not sell anything. Yes! Food produce! Oh, there's a thing in the back there. Would you like some fresh fruit? Sure, let me look. Buy everything as I go. I can just buy these? Heck yeah. I can just buy all of these? What? Do you know how much I farm this crap? Okay, maybe not. I don't need to buy that one. I have a bunch of those. Got something shiny back here. What is it? Oh. Hello? Alright. Wait, I'll get you a strawberry since I'm like all looking for food and stuff. Oh my god. Oh no. Did I get myself stuck? No, let's get down. Get down. Oh god. That was bad. That was bad. Okay. Camera had like a seizure for a second. Restaurant has food. Look cute. Hello? Oh, esteemed Udux, the life of a small person is difficult. Are you alright? Oh, you're really pretty. Thank you, kind soul. Would you be willing to hear my troubles? Perhaps I'm at fault for having been too enthusiastic about integrating into human life, but I've gradually found that there are a lot of difficult things to adapt to. Humans are such large things in their daily lives. Take clothes, for example. Sure, we can just buy a shirt and use it as a dress too, but we still need to get the cuffs tailored. And if we want to rent an apartment, you can only buy children's furniture, and even then, I have to step on a stool to reach the windows. If only I had a body like penguins, or maybe I would just go underwater. Or should just go underwater. Don't do anything rash. Don't misunderstand, there's no need to worry in any case. The Melusines are excellent in the water. When I say underwater, I'm referring to the place where Seguin works. She's a companion of ours, but she looks more like a human. She welcomes friends from the Marichuche Phantom to drink tea with her in her infirmary. But she's against us working there for a long time unless we want to switch to unless we want to switch to work of a more medical bent. Words! That's because many of those underwater have been sent there by the Marichus. Marichals? I need to hear it at least once. Phantom, so they probably wouldn't want to see uniform Melusines. Is it too late for me to... Oops. It's never too late to start. Whoa, speaking like a Monsieur Novelette. It's just that with my hands and eyes, there's a lot of human work that I can't do. In terms of ability, I'm more starting to work at the Marichus Phantom. Everyone has their own specialization. To perform, I guess that is probably the order in life. Oh, I got a thingy. Okay. Hi. Welcome! Bitter coffee, sweetest cakes. Oh, I should go get me some cake. I have some ice cream, I think, in the freezer. Every bite, yep. Recipes! Let's go. And more random foods. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, we now have coffee beans I can buy. It's sold. Oh, they're sold in Sumeru too? I don't have any, so we're gonna go buy 100 of them. Boop. Don't know what the heck I'll use it for.
The tea here just keeps getting more bitter.
What's over here? Oh! Claim. Claim! Cool. Oh, there's more stuff I can do? Because I can unlock things! Yes, we will use a key to unlock that. We will not get the quest yet. I'll start slowly going through those. Right? Oh, I'm completely not. Well, I kind of am going the right way. Hang on.
The tea here just keeps getting more.
Oh, hi. Investigate. I'm stealing your cabbage. Bye. Oh, this is his house. Very nice.
This is our current abode.
Also, it suddenly went to daytime.
Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Okay.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon.
I'm listening.
And
I'll
this
be
is
right
the
back.
Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Sorry. Alright. Lenny sure seems to have a big family. What a talented family. Well, they're adequate.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
He sounds so depressed.
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
It's alright, you go ahead. I don't need to hear this stuff.
Okay, I see.
Even though I'm like literally within earshot right now.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
Oh, it's raining.
Looks like rain.
I hope it is. If something else, I'm concerned.
But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
Hydro Archon controls
Femine?
weather?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
Okay.
When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Could that Hydro Dragon be the elemental dragon of Fontaine, another one of the elemental dragons of Tibet?
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something.
She's just gonna start screaming.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Rise more. Torrential downpour.
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
After some time, the rain stops.
It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Sounds good. You go ahead, Lenny. See you at the performance.
Are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh,
you've been standing here all day.
You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all. Don't worry, we're on the case.
Alright.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need. This'll be a walk in the park.
Sorry. I didn't think my mics would have picked that up. Time to open the other one real quick. Hopefully it doesn't explode. Okay. As I said, when I take them off this like black little separator that they're on, it's like I have to shake it a little bit, so I'm like terrified. They're just gonna go poof. Okay, put that guy over here. Yeah, you guys are getting the weird like stereo situation.
Thanks again, you two. I really can't deal with that lady.
How bad can she be? I also need... Okay, good. If I head this way, hopefully I run into like a teleporter, so I can like tap it. Ooh, but can I get these? These are just environment. These are not fireflies. I can go click and pluck. Still no teleporter, so it's probably up there. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello? Is there anyone here?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making... what were they called again?
These must be for magic pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now.
Do we need to pay?
No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount. saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Whoa. So, is Linny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology, and wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well...
I'm seeing kind of where this is going.
It's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you. But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
Well, Venti and Nahida both said the gods rely on belief to obtain power.
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
What?
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials.
Are we gonna just go kick back?
Now's a good time to leave?
You're right. Sounds like a usual case of someone owing somebody else money.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments,
hi.
why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of more.
Hello.
So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
We sure seem to have run to a lot of friends today. Fontaine. It really is a curious place. Yeah, what is he doing here?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far, right, Traveler?
Hang on. Let me do some math. So last I remember, he was trying to get the Gnosis, and we like had to fight him over it. And what is it that they're called? It's not visions. It's called something else that they use. And no, they're not miracles. I'm getting things. But still, he has like water and he had like electricity he could use. And fought him. And he just kind of goes away, doesn't he? I'll have to go like recap. Anyway. Our trip going well pretty so far. I think we've already weathered enough storms for now. I don't mind a little excitement every now and then.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends? Listen to me, boy. If you want your Mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
They're all yours.
I'm sure this won't take long.
Oh. I am him.
Tidal wave.
So where's his other thing?
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
I imagine I could have done that a lot sooner and it would have worked.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
Now's my chance!
Oh, you could have been nice and catch him.
Huh. That was weird.
Hi, Gabe! Are you feeling alright?
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
It's a talent.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
Delusion! That's what it was. You better not use your delusion too often. I don't have a vision, so don't ask me.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see its work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility.
So about this power, you have any idea where it's from?
I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
We had a whale in its attacks.
Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon.
So it's very possible that the power inside you is connected to your incident in the abyss.
So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that just makes
Ever
it sound
since
like...
the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Okay.
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best, and the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I have been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorinde.
When we met the Hydra Archon, I'm terrible at remembering names. Yeah, it was purple hair.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Uh-oh, I don't want your gifts. Why are you giving me a Hydra nonsense?
Vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to.
Tarp.
You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
It's a tarp. It's like a bomb.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance.
Under Paimon enthusiastic leadership, you walk all around the court of Fontaine.
Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along!
Hey, don't blurt it out, Paimon. It's rude to spoil the mystery for everyone else.
Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing!
Never thought I'd see the day when Paimon would enjoy reading. Do you have any idea how long we were loitering here?
The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
I'm good. You already spoiled who the murderer is, like,
Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's performance soon?
Yes.
It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going. Linny said that the Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the Aqua Bus.
I have things to pilfer! But where the hell am I? Okay. So I'm just above where I was? I need a hit. There we go. I need one of those. Did we touch it? Oh. Alright. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go... on stack, 'cause I'm lazy. And we're gonna go turn in my stuff, get my commissions. And you.
Ad Astra at.
Yes.
Thank
daily
you for
commissions.
completing today's
Oh.
commissions. Here is your reward.
Alright. And then we go here. Alright, so I need to go up. Yes, I know that's where I'm. Give me stars! How do I get up there without being a monkey about it? Yeah. Oh, it's flowers. Unless it's like go down to go up type of situation. Da da da. I need Kaya in my party so I can run forever. Oh wait! Ah!
Surprise!
Doesn't go very long, but something. Also, those are very close apart. Okay, or close together, I should say. Close apart. That's ugh. All right. What if they use a stamina for me to do that? Oh, it's like a long ways away. Hang on. Oh. Okay. I still want to kind of like figure out how to navigate this without using teleporty stuff. Boutique staff. Hello. Is there anything you need? Closed shops have been opened by Miss Chihori, a renowned Inazuman designer. She has gained great favor in Fontaine's fashion world by incorporating elements of, I can't read that fast, holding one's horn, but it's exaggeration. So Chihori, I think, is a person that you could have summoned. Also, things are like popping into place. All right. Ah, another teleporter. There's a lot here. Okay. What do you sell here? I apologize, but I haven't encountered anything that catches my fancy. Come again later if you please. Didn't someone at Inazuma say that same thing? Oh, hey, this is where you're at. Hello.
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
I didn't even have to go to
Welcome to the
Mondstadt.
Adventurers Guild.
Why does Catherine look so stressed out? The adventurer didn't pass the review either. I wonder what's wrong. Did someone not pass the guild review? Blue, sigh. I'm afraid that this isn't really a guild affair, but a commission from the Fontaine Research Institute. I'm sure you've heard that the full name of the Fontaine Research Institute is Fontaine... Oh, Lord. All right. Is Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering. Before the explosion, it was the technology center of this entire court of Fontaine. I have not heard of that, but apparently my dialogue option is I think I've heard of it before. Paimon remembers. Someone named Edwin made a mistake, and there was an explosion at the Fontaine Research Institute, right? A commission from the place that blew up once. Sounds dangerous. That is true. According to Fontaine Research Institute, the commission is rather difficult and not for just anyone. So those who want to give it a try must go to the specified location to undergo a series of qualification reviews, and they must prepare their own documents and certification. Is a Mondstadt flying license acceptable? Is an arrest warrant a document? Both are no. As an addendum, yes, they actually have a list of documents that you must bring. The list includes your current and previous adventure handbooks, your commissions from the last 8 days, and more. Some of them even require stamps from the Maison Gestion. I'm sure that's a thing we're going to learn. And that's not all. Even if adventurers have all the documents and proofs ready and arrive at the specified location to be reviewed, they will not be able to accept the commission if they fail just one item of the qualification review. If the adventurer is not willing to accept other work assignments, then they will be rejected. That does sound super strict. So now I'm kind of interested, and also that sounds challenging. You want to be reviewed? That would be a huge help. Don't get too excited. I've got Fontaine things to do first. Thank you for lending the guild your aid. Please wait here while I get all the required documents for you. No, not now. Do you have a pen? Oh, don't worry, I'll get a few bottles of ink. What? Paimon's right. A few bottles is not enough. I can't say, but don't worry, I'm very familiar with these documents, so just follow my instructions. First, one proof of your adventure qualifications, 1 30-day travel history, and 1 registration of your past and current adventure handbook serial numbers. Now for your commission history, income statement, commission evaluations, commission statistics, and average positive ratings. Why an income statement? What does that have to do with anything? For your resume, fill in your habitual habitual residence, contact address, contact information, emergency contact, your current name, names you've used in the past, any pseudonyms or aliases that you use when you want to conceal your identity. This is like an actual job application. Like, what's going on here? Now you have to sign the good faith, commitment, and notice of liability, a notice of obligation, and a notice of exemptions on information, release for legal purposes, notice of exemptions on information for legal purposes, and the monologue's great. Give us another. My writing hand is tired from just listening to the list of documents. That's a lot of documents. With Catherine's help, you start filling out forms alternating between hesitation and doubt, and you use a bottle of ink and then the stack of the forms and gradually shrinks, and you finish the last form with Catherine, and you breathe a sigh of relief. I didn't have to read that as fast, I just had to hit whatever to connect. So this commission's complete. It hasn't even started. What? Didn't think this commission would be so troublesome, but if we don't go to the review, then we've wasted our time. Well then, we'll leave the commission to you. I haven't even passed the qualification review yet? Like, what? You'll be fine. I believe as the receptionist of the Adventurers Guild, I know what you're capable of. If Fontaine Research Institute rejects you, then there's no one else in Fontaine who can take this commission. I'll mark the location on the map, go there, and find someone named Desnus who is stationed there and will guide you. Thank you again. Done the guild a huge favor. Okay. If possible, I'd prefer not to have to stamp a single adventure qualification. Sorry. I prefer to not have to stamp a single adventure qualification more. Sounds like it's written weird. The way this is going, I'm going to wear the stamp out. No, we are not doing that right now. No! What's over here? Oh, hello, good morning. Let's take that. Money! I don't have to log in for a couple days in a row. I think we can catch that. Let's go to quests. We're gonna go back to this. Boop. All right. Bear says that my stream's being really choppy. So what I'm gonna do is put us on a be right back screen, and then I'm gonna go and restart my computer and do a power cycle on my internet and be right back.
Just as I expected.
Step on up!
I've also been muted this entire time. I thought I was next to Catherine. But now I'm questioning if Lynette's a robot? Because, like... Hello. So, hang on. Character. I can go to... File. Voiceover. Recording. There's gotta be, like... No? Is she not being say things idly? So I was hearing,
Entering
Catherine.
standby mode.
Yeah.
I hope nobody disturbs me.
Yeah, standby mode, don't disturb me. Isn't that something Catherine says? Oh, blah. Okay, anyway, sorry. I need to figure out my way around here. Or a phone. Have I gone this way? I don't think so. No, they're shiny. It's probably not. Hello, do you sell things? No. Investigate. Investigate. Like, how do I leave? Like, I have to go find the transit system to leave, right? Like, theoretically. Ah, there we go. It should be like here. Okay, okay. Grand Central, we got it. Information clerk. Hello, do tell, what can I do for you? I'll just see you later. You're not gonna just go summon me something. I'm sorry. Dietmar and Dia Thur. Okay. I gotta make sure there's not, like, stuff to go pilfer. The Navia line? Hang on. I'm in pipeline. I'm interested. Let's go.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine.
Where does this go? No, thank you. No! No! Investigate! Alright, where does this go? Probably not the direction I need to go, but it says Navia. Take me away. How do you do? When does the immediately cool. Bye. Now where does this go?
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan. The boat will be departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The Aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so. Also, please remember to buy the Steambird, though I don't read it myself. The
Big old
destination
tower.
of the current tour is Erinias. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiquest. If you look to the left in the direction we are currently traveling, you will see the famous Fontaine Research Institute up in the sky. An experiment gone wrong turned one sightseeing opportunity. Human ingenuity truly is a wondrous thing.
My time with the Spines taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all.
We are now approaching our final destination. Please be sure
then.
to bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark. Even though I will take any forgotten items to the lost and found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens. Please be careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
Alright. I don't think I'm supposed to go over here. Welcome to Fontaine. Oh yeah, I guess I got some achievements I haven't looked at yet. So So we have here about the prophecy that has been circulating Fontaine. Complete a cruise on the octopus. Glide continuously for 80 seconds. Glide a long distance in one go. That was the one I got when I landed, so. Obtain the power of Hydro. Alright. Do I have this one? I do. So hi friend. I need to go back. Do I just hop off and get back on? Oh, wait for it after a while. So I guess I gotta reset it. Okay. Not shiny. Okay. Hey, I need to go back. And then I want to go look at this research institute.
Welcome to the Navia line. This journey will be returning to the court of Fontaine. I am Elfan, your tour guide for this trip. But I hope you won't mind if my commentary fails to do justice to the majestic views before your eyes. Anyway, the destination of this tour is the capital city of this nation, the court of Fontaine. Even the critic who once compared the city to a cage of stone and steel could not deny its aesthetic appeal.
I'm doing okay. I think my internet's doing better. She's very dry and I appreciate it. So we have floating...
To the right of the aquabus, suspended in midair, is Fontaine's renowned research institute. I hear the employees there do crazy overtime regardless of rank or distinction. I'm not sure if that had anything to do with the incident.
It's interesting. Like... the floaty water thing that's going on over there.
Excellent. We've reached the terminal station. Please prepare to disembark. I don't mean to hurry you, but there are just so many attractions in the court of Fontaine worth visiting. I recommend that you begin sightseeing as soon as possible, so you encounter as many of these treasures as you can.
So I'm gonna go to
As for me, I might use this opportunity for a rest. Maybe I'll go to our ways for a cup of coffee. Even tour guides need a pick-me-up now and then.
Who definitely sound like you need one. Doot. Alright. So... Clementine floor. What is here?
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
guess this boat doesn't go anywhere. Okay. All good. All good. I'm sure there's a purpose to down here eventually. But yeah, I'm doing okay. Having to take breaks today to go do some laundry and swap it all over and stuff, but adulting sucks. Alright, so not anything too of notice here, unless I'm just missing it, which is impossible, which is not impossible, totally possible. So we're gonna go to the very top one. Okay. Hey, statue! Finally I see it. Come here, you. Alright. World opens itself, noble hearts, let's go! Okay. Yeah, I need that way. Oh, she has a sword. Cool. I guess that makes sense. Nabia has a sword, but... So I need to go this direction. I would just travel by boat that way. While she gets distracted and picks all the flowers. I need it that way. I want to also go this way because I haven't been here yet. I just go. They'll just let me. Yes, there's a boat. What? Ah! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There we go. Hi! Hello there. Here to check out the ocean view as well. Could I join you, I guess? Sure, the view is really nice, by the way. I want on the boat that's not going anywhere. Okay. Other boat? Just wait. I'm trying to learn, like, the proper way to traverse this, and I'm like, how? This first floor wasn't it? Dang. So I'm trying to, like, use the boats to get into the opera house, like, without teleporting. I'm trying to be extra, I guess. And it's just so vertical, I'm so confused. Like, I'm trying to be a good citizen. I might have been on the boats. Doesn't mean I know where we're at. Let's see. To main hall, I guess? Hello, Olive. I am in Fontaine. Try not to teleport. Figure out how to navigate Fontaine. Alright, so... boats. We're at boats. So, okay, go to the middle building. There's only 2 boats at work. The one that goes east and the one that goes south. South, and then east. East one's the one I'm looking for. I did the one... Wait, is it? Hang on. Was I on it and it was just being really stupid? I was on it, I was being really dumb. Which that was on the Navia line. Because, like, I gotta know where stuff is. Okay, so this one leads me here. And this one make me go this way. So what does the map say this is? That was literally the way I needed to go, and I'm so dumb. Okay. Or is it this way? Hey, can you take me again? 'Cause I'm stupid. Okay, I guess I need to turn you around first. Alright, hang on, hang on. Wait for the bus. After a while. Okay, so yes. Okay. Hey, friend. I am not smart. There we go. Okay, I was on the correct route. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Okay.
Hello, passengers. I am your tour guide for this trip, Fountaine. We are now heading to Erinias. Many people are tried there and sent to the fortress of Meripede. But passengers needn't worry. Life in the fortress of Meripede may be a good thing for certain groups of people.
Yep, this was the right way.
The construction of Clockwork Mecha has no restrictions outside of patent law. Other than the Fontaine Research Institute, many private workshops are engaged in researching and building all kinds of Clockwork Mecha. Some people will modify existing models, and other criminals will use Clockwork Mecha for theft, robbery, surveillance, and illegal exploration, among other activities. If you encounter such a situation, please report it to the nearest Maréchaussée personnel immediately.
Maréchaussée. Okay, that's how you say it.
We are now arriving at Marcotte Station, where this journey ends. Any passengers interested in taking a commemorative photo of their Aquabus journey are advised to do so at the Court of Fontaine Station on the Clementine line. This is because the atmosphere there is much livelier. Plus, my diligent colleague Aval keeps her boat in a much cleaner, photo-ready condition. And also, my Malazine hands struggle with holding cameras.
I was gonna say, can I not gently just get up? Alright. So this was where I was supposed to go. Okay. Boop. Go pick flowers. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I'm working on it. Alright.
Over here.
Let's go. I'm glad this doesn't use stamina. Little things. Alright. Alright. Learning to run around like a person. Okay, I think this is over here. Yeah, I think it's that one where I go fight the little machine. Okay, I think I know where I'm at. Okay, yes.
Oh, now this is fancy. The opera at Prez. What a place to hold a performance. No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
So she's totally getting kidnapped,
Maybe
right?
this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
I imagine, like, that lady specifically is getting kidnapped.
What's wrong?
Hello?
Vache. Vache.
You say something, Pyro? No, it's
Paimon
not her
didn't
voice.
say anything. Are you
Whose
hearing
voice
things?
was that then?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette! You scared Paimon! When did you get here?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
No.
Right.
By the way, Lynette, I seem to hear a faint voice just now.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
It seemed as if the voice was coming from the fountain.
Hey! You're not
Catch
trying
grill.
to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day! It's not the time for eerie things!
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When you're sad?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
So extreme
Then you should
emotions?
understand that tears contain your most intense emotions.
Okay.
Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
It's an interesting explanation. I'm not sure whether I buy it, though.
So, what did the voice say?
He seemed to be calling out someone's name.
If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first.
What did he do now? Break a leg?
Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Good. Okay.
Right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Linny.
Oh.
I wonder where humans come from.
Oh. Offerings to the fountain. Offer the hydro sigils you obtain to the fountain. Okay. I don't have anything to offer. You can throw the hydro sigils you obtain across Fontaine, the fountain of the outside of the opera. Eclipse? So bad. To raise its level and obtain valuable rewards. Oh, it's like that Inazuma tree. Okay. That I didn't do anything with. Okay. Oh no, there's sigils and then there's like the actual hydro things that I thought were sigils, but they're not sigils. Okay. So, I talked to this lady.
But I just...
Oh, Archon, please grant us a healthy, wise child. I wouldn't ask for intelligence or talent, but please, may our child life. Honey, just me, or did you just ask for more than I did somehow? You'll jinx it. That's so excessive about asking our child to grow up well. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just asking it in light of that prophecy. Oh, right, that's true. What? But it's just a legend and not something that will happen for sure, right? But having like a smart kid do things. It's like just a fountain.
Tea is ready. Now it's time for a short rest.
Oh. Hey! Grab that. Is there anything inside? Yeah. Where am I going? This way. Alright. Nope. Let's go!
Ah, Traveler and Paimon. Good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world! We've been looking forward to it!
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment, I'll fetch the tickets.
His hair's weird.
The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats! Thanks, Linny!
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
We can do what we want.
Hey, Linny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Best we get busy.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Linny.
Any more stuff I can go look for? They need to put stuff under staircases. It's too empty. Oh. So I'm gonna... He wants me to go down, so I'm gonna go upstairs first. Okay. Nothing up there. It's like, hey, you should go back. Okay. Oh, there's even more stuff above us? That's cool. Boop. Our seats.
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
Wasn't there someone? It looks like Nuvolette was sitting next to us already. As we're like, yep, new blood, cool. It's super early. Oopsies. Awkward noises.
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
You're up, Paimon? Isn't that usually your job?
You little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so
Paimon, you're not
you
quiet.
heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down.
You absolutely were not.
Wait, that's not it. Paimon's... Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So, let's talk, but, what should we talk about?
This is getting even more awkward. Paimon, you suck.
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not
He's so
friends
proper.
with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
He was like the judge, right?
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to.
What?
There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Is she at the very, 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 very top?
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Okay.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show is finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
Hey! The crowds enter the venue and the curtains open for the show to begin.
Cool! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
It shouldn't be that hard.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
She sounds so tired.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today.
Is that them giving their
Both
visions
Lynette
over?
and myself have removed our visions for the show.
Okay.
That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
Okay, got it. Stare.
A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh?
Ah, that's so exciting.
But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top.
Huh.
Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
Oh, she's naked.
Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Interesting. I think she's Annabelle, so... But you got rid of her vision. Okay.
What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't seem to do anything. Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
What a show. No wonder he's a famous magician.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Yes, you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just
We got a whole
begun.
show?
I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough, but Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience.
Okay.
I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick.
Teleportation!
A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box.
Yeah,
Now,
that's right,
please,
magic tricks,
everyone
woo!
pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow, how's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
Let's watch and see. I'm sure we can spot how he does it.
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin.
I think I like magic. It's fun.
Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meripede.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black
60,
box, so
40,
I'll be relying
3,
on
2,
your
1, let's
voices
go.
to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh, Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that.
I'm sure Lenny's prepared with the whole crowd counting together. You couldn't even if you wanted to.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
Why a minute? Why specifically a minute?
54, 53, 52? Huh? Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40, 39, 38!
Mr. Lenny, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
Alright.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't
I like
seem
you,
nervous
Blunt, so
at
far,
all.
yeah. I think it's all part of the show. Maybe he's just super confident in his abilities. Like, I kind of regret not rolling for him, but I'm not upset that I got Farina. Because I know I kind of did, like, I think a 10 roll for him and didn't get it, and then got Farina instead. So when he comes back around, I'll be sure to get him. Bang. What?
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
Did it come from the stage? Maybe it was just to divert our attention.
Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
We're also right.
24! 23! What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19! 18! 17!
I like this girl up top with jazz hands.
Things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
Alright.
10! Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? Nope, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
That's kind of cute, though.
Ta-da!
So what about the other person? Oh!
What happened?
Alright. Okay.
Huh? Is this part of the show?
No, I think that
Mr.
audience
Linney,
member just got
You're going
murdered.
to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice!
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
After some time, the guards complete their investigation. Why are we changing the words?
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linney's magic troupe.
Wait.
Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience.
Okay.
And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
Twists. We're just hitting it hard. Okay. And to pull it off like this in front of the audience, including the Archon and Chief of Justice.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
But if it's been going on for like
Why
decades.
This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right! How can Linny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time! We can even hear his voice! Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances! He couldn't possibly mean catching himself!
He's a suspect at most. It's hard to believe all this happened during the show.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is
Thank you for the follow.
opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler.
I just
support
watched a lady
Linny,
get
won't you?
squished.
After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
I trust Linny.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met.
What?
But with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
Oh, Epiclese.
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case?
No. I mean, me? No, not at all. But apparently the Traveler's willing. What?
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth.
Alright. Can we talk about how people are squished and dead and things? Like, that's just, like,
Linney
not
and
okay.
his troop are all potential suspects, and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big-shot Outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Everyone is dismissed and the audience begins to, along with Farina and Nicolette. Alright?
Linny!
Dude, that was a twist. I was not I wanted the wholesome magic show.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
No, and it's hard to say. Oh
Good
my
to hear.
goodness.
Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion.
I appreciate your offer, but please do not solicit in my chat. Thank you.
I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Sure you can. Yes, it was very strange, but there's no denying what happened.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Where did you get those glasses?
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh?
I love them.
Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
I won't let you down, and I'm used to this sort of thing. We are not used to being a legal attorney. What are you talking about?
Just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case! Hello, officer. How's the
Just give you the
investigation
volunteer
going?
time? Yes. Oh, we're Lenny and Lynette's attorney.
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
I agree with you, sir. This is not a good idea.
What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see.
Oh, oh. Well, you're very nice.
The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it.
Yes, but why was Cowl inside it and wasn't the girl supposed to be in there?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive!
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little
5
while.
minutes. 5 minutes.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
But that's not always true. People can also be the most reliable evidence.
Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
Gonna be fun. I get to play Ace Attorney. You can use the case record to confirm your current evidence, include collection situation, and sort case-related information. I've never played Ace Attorney. I'm gonna be bad. You can check as yet undiscovered evidence and clues in the case record, and then investigate the corresponding area to locate them. Oh no! It looks like there's a timer on this. Use a perception skill to find evidence and clues that can be investigated within a certain radius around yourself. This will advance your overall progress. Guards investigation report. The investigation from the guards indicates that the fireworks launched at the tail end of the magic performance set the rope dangling the water tank alight, causing the tank to fall and kill Cowl, who was within it. It seems evident that Linny is the likeliest user of the prop to commit a crime. However, the reason for the victim being Cowl and the reason for the chosen lady's disappearance remain mysteries. All right. The deceased's identity. He looks familiar. The deceased is one of Lenny's assistants named Cowl. He was well trusted by all of his colleagues. His job was setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. Very basic. Look for clues inside the opera. Alright, I guess we're gonna go with, hey, this is where he was. This is where the magic box was struck. If Cowl weren't inside the box at that moment, he might have dodged the fallen water tank. True. Can I, like, look at everything? Oh, there's still people here. Okay. Fontaine. Okay, hi.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
Oh. Okay.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
But we don't...
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time.
Oh.
I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance.
Yeah.
In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Thanks, sorry to bother you.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
The device was used. I'm sure this is just like, hey, someone was tampered with it. Okay. Clearly, someone messed with it. Alright, alright. Oh, examine the white lines. Examine the damaged box. The broken magic box was left on the scene after the guards completed their investigation. Looking at it now, the water tank must have struck it really hard. No, duh. The person in it died, and they were pancaked. Okay, so look at this person.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
So either Linny didn't realize this was a safety concern, or...
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
I'm just looking at where the rope snapped.
Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material!
What?
Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
It seems to be flammable, like a type of flash cotton.
Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait, Paimon should write all this down. Let's take notes.
Write this down, write this down! Can I go talk to the fourth person? This person, right? Yeah!
Hello there. What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Could you tell us who she is? We're Linny and Lynette's attorneys.
Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself.
Oh, so she's famous.
Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
Thank you for letting us know.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us.
Of course.
It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
Can I go in here? Nope. It's like, nah, can't. So... Oh, that's so high up. Okay. We have a person there, and the box. Let's go to the person instead of the box. The box actually makes sense. Hello, person.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, alright?
Why would we do
Don't
that?
have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Then wouldn't the water tank have started to swing a bit in that case?
Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
During the switching performance, there was an audible thump that many audience members heard. It looks like an ordinary box, but Linny somehow moved instantly from the stage to being inside of it. How did he do this? Open the freaking box and look! Is she the last one I get to talk to? Looks like it.
Linny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright.
Oh, okay. Where else can I go? For funsies, let's try this elemental sight thing. Oh, the doors are different. So we can go out the doors?
Oh! Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Yes!
Huh?
Let's go!
You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president.
Yay!
Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
She's
Well,
schmancy.
I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula
I
anyway.
didn't think I'd see her.
All
For like
merely
a
trifling
while.
details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
So you want to investigate as well?
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally.
My unparalleled intuition. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she?
Yes.
But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
What? Post fell back.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
You put it like that, ellipses.
All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
I love you.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
It is weird, so not always.
And why would that be?
Doing so makes it easy for the truth to fall by the wayside. Sometimes something serious like a trial should be treated like entertainment.
See, Silver and Maloose? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the
her.
traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Maloose. Anyway, I like your answer. You pass with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
I think you're missing the point. Paimon seems to have already agreed.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks. Thanks!
Speaking of that, I think magic shows would be very popular in Poisson.
Poisson?
I can see that. Maybe I should try to learn some magic. If I can make things disappear, cleaning my room would be a cinch.
You need not worry about such things, demoiselle. That falls under my duties.
Oh, right.
Okay, hang on. I got something. Here? Gotta be something right. Oh, wait. I promise, I'm doing something. And then... We gotta be in the spirit of this. Super important. Soup's so important. Alright, I think we're good. If Paimon is gonna have some stuff, I'm gonna have some stuff too. Totally fair, right? Gotta be with them, be in the moment. Alright. So if I talk to
Speaking of that, I think magic shows would be very popular.
I can see
it
that.
doesn't matter who I talk to. Okay.
Maybe I should try to learn some magic. If I could.
You need not worry about such things.
Oh.
Okay. So, anyway. Oh, it's a little guard. Boop.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first. No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance? Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
Oh no. Hang on. I'm trying to... Screw it, we'll be crooked. It doesn't know what it... Oh. Apparently when I click my... Or, not click. Hang on. I will figure this out. No. Come off. Come off! Unlocked all items. Yeah, unlock it. We're gonna figure this out. Hang on. Raise this a little higher. Oh, how do I do that? You know what? Actually, there's a way to do this, and I don't remember how. How do... there it is. Okay. I don't know if I like those. I'm gonna put those over here real quick. What's during the show? I'm all distracted over here trying to get all, like, glasses and specials and whatever. Maybe the glasses will go away. We'll just, put them here. Oh, how do I... There we go. I can get rid of these. We'll just keep it the stash. Anyway, sorry. Distractions! Alright. What about the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then, either. How can you be so sure,
We're not.
Because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here.
But don't they have bad eyesight?
Alright, thank you for your help. This will be useful info. We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going.
Probably bad.
Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You're zero fun.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and will be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here?
Oh, we get to actually look at the box?
I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Okay.
Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back door. The back of the door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned.
Didn't even notice.
Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
There's another box inside this one?
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Cool.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
And the passage links the 2 boxes together.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel.
Okay.
See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
Okay.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Then what about your side of the trick?
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect.
Okay. But he still
My
popped
assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow, every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
I can tell a lot of thought was put into this. That is
Lynette
very true.
would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
Alright.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
Okay.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Alright, we got told about the magic trick, the box structure, the audience side of the box's structure. There's a lot to look at down here. Okay. Examine the letter. A letter is required in order to return to the magic box above. So was she supposed to climb up? No, because it's supposed to orient her. Control. This should be the control device for the trolley. It seems to be able to operate automatically. Alright. Ooh, broken stuff.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Maybe it was for a trick.
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Alright. Shoot.
Huh. What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Linny didn't need it or mention
Perhaps
it.
it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
Oh, the clothing. We'll come back to that. High precision is required to complete this magic show, and tracks are perfect for making the trolley stay on its designated course. Okay. Storage boxes. All kinds of props and costumes are haphazardly stuffed inside. Alright, look at the lift. The trolley is crucial for transporting the magic box to the other side. The culprit must have used this to execute the plan. And we have a little vent over here.
What is this place?
It looks like a vent.
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
I don't know, man. That's a big
There
vent.
are no other ways in or out of here.
Other than those that go through the magic boxes, and Linny and Lynette were in the boxes.
Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that down.
gonna go look at that clothing. I don't think that's what she was wearing.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right?
Oh, I guess.
Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Lady didn't mention the guest having a wardrobe change.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
Oh, her glasses changed.
This is so confusing.
They were
Doesn't
hollow
wanna be a
before.
detective anymore.
There was nothing on them.
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up.
She keeps them on! Hang on, let me poop for a second. This is awesome. She keeps on the glasses! They're still there! That's awesome. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm supposed to go on that side. My bad. I figured you want to go from one side to the other. Oh my god. Thank you.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. It seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then! You know, like the kind you usually see in novels!
It would seem so.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and the trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
The Oratrice does too?
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened anyway.
Alright.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Alright.
Why?
Keep it contained.
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
Proxies?
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Okay.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Girl, I feel you.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
Now's not the time to be picky.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Paimon, shush.
Just kidding, just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
Oh, like...
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh? Here? But how?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Does he just, like, just make it happen? Cool with this.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
What?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
Okay.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Okay.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
Oh, she
These three
bakes.
are quite the interesting group.
It must be their thing. Navia methodically handles the ingredients and pulls fresh macaroon.
And
Macarons?
Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process.
Nope.
But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
That's not quite what Paimon meant, but okay.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
It is a fancy dress.
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Oh, Paimon, shush.
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
Right, thank you, and why don't you take a break as well?
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Lenny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
So apart from the twins, we're left with 2 other people, the missing girl and the deceased.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
That there's no evidence that a third person even exists.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowl before making her escape?
Or Halsey is Cowl, for whatever reason. But she has no way of knowing how the magic trick worked.
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search?
Because he was new.
From the sound of things, this
And
is
she was
turning
getting
into
stressed.
an impossible case.
Right? Or am I thinking too hard?
Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia. They smell great. They're nice and crisp and super sweet.
They are my specialty, after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
It's fine if you ate them, you ate them. Oh, it's fine. Everyone knows how much you love them. So, okay. So does that mean this person's invisible? Then? Like, is that what we're getting to?
Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Maloose, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
There's really no need for that.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
Oh no.
But I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Navia does a second round of baking over the whatever discussion that follows does not yield much progress.
Well, that's it for
food.
snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
It very much would be.
Thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Possibility of a 3rd person being involved. Alright.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
Alright. So I am gonna be right back. I need to swap my laundry over, go check on kitty cats, and I'm good on my drink right now. So, quick 5-minute break. So be right back. Alright. So that's what I think. I think that there's like an invisible person somehow. So wait until the trial. I don't want it. Investigate the truth. Oh, I needed that. There we go. 808. There we go. Thank you. I'm investigating. I wanted to look the part, but I don't have a monocle for some reason. Participate in the trial. guess I didn't have to do that. So, like, where? Oh, over there. Okay. Alright. Let us go.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
I do have thoughts, but let's take things step by step.
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
This sounds like a bad idea.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
Terrible.
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Just you wait.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Well, then he clearly reveals
Thank
the
you,
magic
Mr.
trick. Okay.
In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Okay.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course.
This is like so much
That's how I
movement.
kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
She just wants the world to burn, okay?
Something's not right here.
But Lenny not know
I'm
about
sure
the
you
sound.
could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
They probably represent the Oratrice's stance in the trial. Okay.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
So they're Fatui.
No wonder they did something like this.
Oh no.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent, after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy.
The fuck?
Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
I don't...
Hey, Linny! Why didn't you tell
Is
us
she
this
evil?
before?
Linny and Lynette are Fatui. It doesn't seem like...
Order!
anything.
Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
Sorry, I'm munching on cereal at the same time. So there's no doubt about a magician's ability to con others given how Linny built his identity. This could also... oh my god. This could all have been set up beforehand. Child, I guess, is here in Fontaine along with other house operatives. There must be some schemes at work here. I've been a victim of such schemes before, and now...
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Give Traveler permission to speak, because I'm eating cereal.
Granted.
My client has withheld some key information. My defense cannot proceed.
In that case, what is your request?
I request a brief adjournment. There are things that must be discussed.
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
She seems so evil! While the court is adjourned, you meet with Linny and Lynette backstage in the Opera House.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry. Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad!
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain.
Yeah,
I
please
know
do.
you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
But how can we know this isn't all just another lie? And he just said he didn't technically lie to us, he just omitted information.
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both
He's
say
not a
that,
criminal in this case. Explain the other issue first. Where did you actually go while the trick was being performed?
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
Okay.
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
Okay.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Oh. What did you find?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came.
Alright.
On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought.
He didn't see anything. Okay.
After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Alright.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
But why do you want to understand how the Oratrice operates?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
I believe in the facts. I will defend you from these charges. I believe that judgment will be dispensed as it should.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Actually, we already have the key evidence.
Huh?
Adjournment's almost over. Let's go back.
Hmm.
Alright, Traveler. What besides the invisible thing? Lenny's statement. In the Oratrice's core upon entering the tunnel and did not witness the crime taking place and thus did not hear blood. The voice of the Oratrice's core chamber. Lenny claimed to heard a mysterious voice within her that houses the Oratrice's core. within the Opera House's underground structure. So, okay. Okay. Is there any books I can steal in here? Hey, we're doing a trial for a crime, and I'm like, theft! Theft of books. Alright, nope. Can't be a klepto in here. Nothing to pick up, it looks like. Let us go! Continue the trial! And eat more cereal! The brief adjournment ends and the nail-biting trial
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Sorry, mouse is full. Hang on, give me like 2 seconds. Alright, good. Okay. Based on the opposition's account of events, you can identify loopholes in their statement. Okay? Use evidence and clues obtained during the investigation to refute any erroneous assertions of fact and replace them with new inferences. Use your refutations to convince the audience and obtain support from the people. The oratories will display such shifts clearly. Okay. When you find and review all incorrect content, you can complete the cycle of refutation and unveil the truth. Okay.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
Okay. Yes.
When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linney red-handed.
But where did he come from, though? Anyway.
So Linney proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident.
Okay.
And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linney experienced and what he saw.
Okay, identify loopholes. Did not witness the crime taking place and thus did not hear the thud. Oh, I can't, okay. The chamber. Lenny must have been very confused when he saw them. Alright, so entrances, no one, this is not the order I'd put this in. I go to a different one? Nope. Make me go through all this again. I'm gonna mess this up. Okay. Lenny claims that he headed to the oratory chamber. Okay, so let's say he was in the tunnel. So let's refute.
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
Okay. No one left the opera house during the magic show and after the incident, only those... Okay. Lenny claims to have heard mysterious within the opera house's underground structure. Oh, okay. The clothing belonging to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for have been very confused. Saw them and the strange sound. Okay. Wait, you're saying okay. Whatever. Wait. What? What? What am I supposed to do? None of them worked. Dude. Okay.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey. Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core.
Okay.
This is the actual truth. Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say!
Oh, I don't get to use the other two? Okay, fine.
When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent! Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Wasn't it awesome?
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
Yes. Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
The onstage equipment was clearly tampered with in a premeditation fashion. However, you say that Cowell bumped into Linny by chance.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
I'm on get it.
That's right, you tell them! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that.
Letterbox!
What proof do you have to back your claims?
Do you happen to remember how you refuted Linny's alibi initially?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Your claim has now become my weapon. Your claim has also become a critical clue. Oh gosh. Oh no. Alright. Dropped rope. Okay. Relevant. This is all relevant. What are you talking about? Go up. No. Irrelevant. Oh no, I'm missing something? No! Okay. Okay. So, information about her strange sound during the magic show. Exits. Halsey's a person. She's a famous back to the came to watch the magic show in order to take a work. She isn't known to have been entangled in the quarrels of any members of the magic group.
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? Paimon thinks there's something off here.
Okay. I was like, okay. Oh, yeah. We'll do the entrances and the exits.
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? Paimon thinks there's something off here.
Wait, how? Tell it for me. Okay, strange sound during the show?
That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance.
Oh, okay.
This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played.
Okay, that was just like a weird wording thing.
You'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The murderer was... Okay. Select the gear icons in the interface to check the corresponding case questions. Select answers and fill all empty gears to verify the correctness of your deduction. If you have made mistakes, you must make another selection from the remaining options. Ooh, okay. Lenny did vent. He's sus, but of other things. Once you have answered all the questions correctly, you can complete this logic chain. Oh gosh, I was so bad at this in Sumeru. Okay. The guard's investigation report indicates that the fireworks released near the end of the show ignited and burst through the rope suspending the water tank above the stage. This caused the water tank to fall and kill Cowl in the box below. If Lenny is no longer under suspicion, only the other members of the troupe would have been able to tamper with the props. Lenny gave a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work. By using a box inside of a box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via a tunnel underneath, and Lenny himself would also use this tunnel to get to the other side. Having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of an on-stage interaction. The clothes belonging to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. Who was the only person who could possibly have committed the crime?
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
Maybe. Okay. This one.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary...
So she went missing, she changed clothes, and only, like, personnel could leave. No! Okay.
Could there have been a third person?
You're saying that Cowell did it?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
I mean, yes, he could have tampered with it, but where's the girl? He's dead. So what the frick?
Huh? That can't be right. Are you serious? The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Okay. How can we envision Linny as having been unable to interfere with the crime? Alright.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey?
Yeah, that's where I'm like... I was like, Halsey left. She disguised herself as someone else.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well.
What's this one?
No one entered or left the opera house. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been...
But where did she go?
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the It would have been tough for both people to fit into that...
Dude.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
No one entered or left. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. The sound we heard may have come from a clash. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Oh man, I'm doing so bad. Okay.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
Am I not supposed to be picking the clothes?
No one entered or left the... No one entered or left the opera house.
Is that what I said? Oh.
Linny was not in the tunnel at... The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that...
Okay. It's like, hey, stupid! Alright.
Linny was not in the tunnel at... The sound we heard may have come from a It would have been tough for both people... The deceased's name is Cowell. No one entered or left the...
Oh my god. Oh no. Must have been in the position. Okay, leaving aside how he died, Cowell had all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. The strange noise would likely have been the sound of Cowell and Halsey struggling. Linny was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. This would have given time for Cowell to bring Halsey out of the magic box and according to the guards' testimony, no one ever left, so I mean... So even if there's no means of exit. Exiting from the box would have been in full view of the audience, pretty much guaranteeing that they would have would be discovered.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Yes. Where in the world did Halsey go?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it.
I hope I didn't screw this up.
But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Could it have been the water?
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
Oh no. Okay. I think I know what it is. And it's only because I kind of accidentally spoiled it for myself. I think I know what's up.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Hold on a second. Okay.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water...
Oh! Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped.
Okay.
Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind.
Yep.
If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
Across that we examine Cal's personal effect, we might find something there.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about 2 completely different things.
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased Cowell.
Alright. After some time, a guard returns with news.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste.
Okay.
We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately.
Okay.
The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are Water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice.
He has an
The notebook
accomplice.
has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty.
Okay.
The notes also state that these dilution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues.
See, we don't know what
Still,
the primordial sea
let us
is,
assume
though.
that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit
Really?
with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Who ate the macarons?
Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Alright, the liquid the guards found... all found Fontainians and water. So... okay. Why would the hook go into play with that, though? Hook her, maybe?
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. The water from the primordial sea... The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank.
So what? Okay, what's this one?
Now
then?
it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
Oh, what would it have triggered? Because the track was automatic.
The
What about
deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the deceased's name is Cowell,
Damn it.
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time.
I don't want to say she
The
did
water
something.
from the primordial... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire...
It really was.
I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
There's decorations. The decorations are gone.
The rope that strung the water tank up...
Actually, he could have maybe used this to de-angle the
Now
fireworks.
it seems like the hook rope was...
Uh-oh. It wants me to use Lynette, I think.
Lynette was in the magic box on stage.
Yeah, okay. I was like, that can't be right.
The deceased's name is Cowell. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant... The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box. The rope that strung the water tank up.
I think I already did this though. Yeah. Oh, it's the rope.
I remember there was something else.
Do I have to do it in a certain order? Am I being dumb? Okay. So, the decorations are missing. Maybe the hook was used to move the fireworks by Cowl somehow? So that we would, like, actually cause it to go on fire?
Ahem! It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Yeah, so what happened in the tunnel?
That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
So...
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
So, like, that means there is another person, right? Or it was Lynette that did it. Like, Lynette shoved him in there?
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
But who?
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence.
Okay.
I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case.
Okay.
And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be. Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
Oh no!
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime.
Wait. What? Okay, anyway.
Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization.
All right.
Am I right, Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
Oh no!
Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was
think we've all seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale! Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject!
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on, don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick, one that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Okay.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
I don't. I don't understand. That was a snap, not a click, but whatever.
And voila.
Oh.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial.
Was she the thief?
I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell. I admit it.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there.
Okay.
And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Okay.
No wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me.
And she, okay, and so she wouldn't have dissolved because she's not from Fontaine, from Mondstadt. Okay.
He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes.
Okay, I thought so.
I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
If they're a practiced hand at concealment, probably a professional thief could make it work. So yeah, we had mentioned like the stuffed clothes, and I was like, okay, that one of those. Isn't that how that works? Is like everything has to come into play or whatever when it's introduced?
But I swear,
like
I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it.
Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Now it's time to refute the Hydro Archon's previous.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
Alright. So he entered the box. Wait. Oh, okay, that was for
The strange
fighting.
sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
That's so in fighting between.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowell.
Right?
Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
All right.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
Oh,
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina.
Oh, no.
Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Oh, she got called out.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow, look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now.
Oh, be nice.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall,
which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case at least can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
Oh, okay.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Okay.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Let's not celebrate just yet. They're now upset that you wanted to go snoop.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn.
What do you
How
mean?
did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this
The
court?
accomplice.
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of
research
the
people,
water have
maybe?
been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
Who's the boss? Oh. He turned into water.
And now he can no longer talk.
Where'd the
Such
water come from?
ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Twists and turns. However, nothing is found at the scene from the liquid left behind as after bond dissolved.
So, we're just going back now?
The problem seems to have been solved for now. We're not needed here anymore.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Ellipses.
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
I just didn't wish to see anyone be falsely accused. I wanted to be sure that we're square.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
Do we know who this is? Like, I know who this is, but like, story-wise.
Right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
Okay. So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts.
Okay,
the answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
But what happened after that?
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
Okay.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer.
Okay.
The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
That's all in the past, though. The knave is after the... Isn't she?
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Sarita to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis.
Okay.
Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including the knave, has their roots in Fontaine. And we will always defend our homeland.
Okay.
To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
I'm Siri. Sorry, but I still can't trust you. So... Okay. That broadens what little information I got spoiled for me then. Okay.
It's alright. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
I understand, and goodbye.
Bye, Linny!
Paimon seems very sad. Okay. Interesting. Oh.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
Well, I'm sorry, Navia.
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
So, like, if I just splashed water on Navia, would she just, like, melt like the Wicked Witch of the West? I was really only trying to defend Linny. I wasn't necessarily real disappearance case.
Are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Huh.
Oh, she's all sad.
Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Well, sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal?
Yes.
You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Yes.
Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Paimon's with me. Say yes! Well, if you say so, let's go have that meal then.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right then, let's have our farewell meal.
All right. semi-automatic forging? Okay. I was like, what? Alright. Before we get into Act 2, I just drank the last of my drink. I'm gonna go stretch my legs. I recommend that you go stretch your legs. And we will be back in like 5 minutes-ish. So yeah, go stretch your legs with me. Alright, we are back. The mustache stays on now. The mustache stays on. Alright. Alright, so where are we eating? Very far away. Way back over here. Okay. Oh, okay. Good. I'm gonna open a can of water. My area doesn't recycle plastic. They're jerks. Alright. Aha! We get to go to a fancy restaurant. Let's go.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Imagine leeway, right?
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
It's certainly worth celebrating. It was a pleasure working with you, Navia, and you are now forever on my team.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
Now, why would they want to dissolve people?
In front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking. We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
I imagine the research center. It's the only like big group left,
In such
right?
investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist, to seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
We wanted to ask the Hydro Archon for some information, but we haven't had much opportunity to do so.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Are we gonna, like, break into her room?
Bina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
Alright, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
Navia, I feel you.
That might work, but that's not really the problem.
But,
the
like...
problem is, we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
I loved her design, and, like, she bakes. Granted, I can't cook. You like sleep? I love sleep. Like, she's an investigator. Like, I love it. Love it, I love it, I love it. How can you overlook something like that? Yeah, like legality and whatnot.
Alright, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
It's worth a try. Would someone with her personality really feel shame? That's a good question.
Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
What's a platinum butterfly? I've never heard of that before. I'll have to go look. I don't know what that is. Is that for, like, reputation stuff?
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fonta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Oh, okay. I just kind of learned about that last night / like this morning. I'd have to agree. My drink also tasted that way too.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fonta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia. Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore.
You could try walking, you know, and you could try floating a little lower.
Nah, that would be so... normal.
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're left with...
Nothing.
Red?
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Seems that was pretty tough for her. That was pretty pricey meal after all, thanks to Paimon. She ruined it.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
Thanks for the free food. Bye!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your requests the highest priority. In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya!
Two. Sumeru is like what? 4 parts? Oh, I guess I did have to go, like, teleport. I was like, wasn't I just here? Yes. We're just here.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Hey, there's that voice again.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Why, yes, I am. And it's clearer than it was during the day.
That's kind of spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache? Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water.
I can feel strong emotions. Things are getting a little blurry.
Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right?
Yes.
Hey, Traveler?
Okay.
Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
We'll wake up in the water, soaking wet. It's fine. Oh. Where's this?
Vache, are you my dear Vache?
No.
No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
I'm afraid not. I'm sorry. Who are you?
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
Okay, you were once human.
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore. I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
And that was the thing that got spoiled for me. Specifics on it, I don't know. Light blue water, could that have been? Could she be one of the girls who were dissolved? So that's kind of what I was thinking.
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me, and I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting, I never knew how heavy it could be.
Do you need me to find him?
No. Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters.
What?
If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
I believe it will be hard for him to forget you.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
That means Vache was a witness to the fact that you dissolved.
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
Well, that sounds peaceful. It seems that after the bodies dissolve, some measure of the consciousness still remains.
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
Is it Paimon? All right, I wonder how much time has passed in reality. It's now the morning, I bet.
Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
Oh. Oh. Hi? What the hell is going on?
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
Chlorand. Okay, that's her name. Oh, from the trailer, I thought she was a bad guy. Even though, I guess she's like... evil.
Quick, now's our chance!
Nice! I'm confused. Music's dope. Very cinematic. Okay. No, just the fact that, like...
for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
Just the fact that, like, it's nighttime. I'm sure it's gonna be explained here in, like, 2 seconds. But just, like, yeah. Just the fact that we're like, oh, we're gonna go say hi to Farida. And it's like, oh, we're gonna go pass out and the ocean and thing and all that. And we wake up and there's just an army of mechs. Like, that's the part that's confusing. And why the hell Navi is here? Like, we said goodbye. There's no reason she should have followed us.
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Oh.
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, Demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know
Why are
much
you
more than
here?
you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
Huh. I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some
I was like, we heard somewhere that
powerful or
anyone
wealthy
can make
party
them.
must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
Again,
I
why
do
are
not
you
think
here?
that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
What just happened? Who was that?
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us!
Again, why are they here? That's my big question.
Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, so you're a fighter now, Paimon? That's what I was like, but you don't do anything. Thanks for the rescue, Navia.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You
Thank
sure
you.
did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh?
What?
Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
What?
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fonta tasted kind of salty and icky.
Okay. I do too. I like her little bodyguards. What do you mean that I thought it tasted strange as well, but I couldn't be sure?
Fonta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fonta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Oh.
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Aww.
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
I was joking about Navia melting like the Wicked Witch. No, I just met her. Fortunately, Paimon, neither of us are from Fontaine, otherwise we would have also been belted like little witches.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler faked it just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
Do I get to go through the court system again? It was interesting. I'm really bad at that stuff, but it was nice. It was like, trying to use my brain. According to Lynette, the ability to hear voices like that has to do with one's sensitivity to the hydro element.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
I also gained some new intel.
New intel? While you were out cold?
We're fancy like that, Paimon.
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
So, the voice in the fountain belonged to one of the missing women. A person named Vacher was a witness when she dissolved.
Oh, that is important.
You tell everyone what happened while you were connected to Ocean's consciousness.
Vacher. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
If he's still alive, we should try searching for him. So, this thing's also decades old. And, again, I have no evidence to back it. But, like, this research facility seems like it's a big deal. And it's never been mentioned. But they can make floaty stuff.
This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
Alright, partner. By we, you mean us too.
Oh!
Yes.
You mean you'll help us investigate?
Yes.
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
The Fontaine Research Institute place, right? I imagine that's behind all this stuff. Because it's not the Fatui. Allegedly. Because Linny's a part of the Fatu. The Fatu? Was that what it was? Yeah. They're supposed to be the floating water cubes. I imagine if that's supposed to be the research institute, then, like, they're doing research, right? So, like, it makes sense. What the frick? I need to go on the boat ride again. I must have missed the research institute. Alright. Anyway. And besides, we're in this now together. You're not going to let these people who target us get off the hook. Messing with us will cost them. This will prove to be their biggest mistake.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Right. Go to the stronghold. Alright, where is that? But, like, okay, let's go take the boat real quick. Let's go take the boat. So if it's not the cubes... To this side? Yeah. Alright. Alright. Let us go! Alright. Because it's like...
The Aquabus will be departing now. Passengers, please take your seats.
Unless
If you
it's
have
like
any large
the building
items
out
of
in the
luggage,
distance.
These can be placed on top of vacant seats. Don't worry about taking up space. This boat has never been filled to capacity yet. Once the barge for Opera Epicles employees broke down, and many of them took the Aquabus home from work. That was the most passengers we've ever had, and even then there were still plenty of empty seats left over.
It said over here was the Research Institute. So I'm guessing it's where that red thingy is. What? Why would she like say that the Research Institute's over there? Unless
Looking
they're...
left from your current position, you have possibly the very best view of the Opera Epicles in all of Fontaine. Such beauty and magnificence. Monsieur Neuvillette truly chose to spend our mora wisely.
Yeah, I thought she said that over here was the institute. That's weird. Okay. So yeah, okay. I'm catching. I'm alright.
Here we are, back in the stately court of Fontaine. Please bring your personal belongings with you when exiting the craft. For any passengers in the mood for a shopping spree, Burton's House of Curiosities and Damobile's Purveyor are both excellent options, with a wide variety of Fontaine specialty goods available. But if you're low on more like me, you might find shops looking for helpers at the Vasari Passage. Some pay by the day, and their wages are very fair, so you'll have a steady income in no time.
Alright. Boop. Uh-oh. There we go. Oh, it looks like I kinda have to go here anyway? Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Ah, crap. I guess I can still go down from here? No! Navia, no! There are not a lot of those sigils I've noticed. Alright. Whee! Alright.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Huh, very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
Alright. Alright. This was not what I was expecting to walk into. She's so fancy. Do I go down the ladder? Alright. I'm sorry. Is Navia, like, living in the sewer? What is this? No. What is this? Oh my god, she lives in the sewer. She's a... Why? Why? Okay. I did grow a sick mustache during my investigation.
The show begins.
Yep. Girl, why are you living in the sewer system? Can we talk about this? Can we talk about this? Like, what the hell? Okay, we're gonna touch this. We're gonna touch this. Painted current. Yeah, okay. But, like, why does Nabi live in the sewer? I don't have one! I was very disappointed. I wanted to put on glasses or a monocle. The glasses didn't really fit on my face very good, and I don't have a monocle that's, like, free with VTube Studio to put on, so I'm disappointed. But I was being a detective. I was actually someone's attorney. Did I go to Poisson? Poisson? Isn't this Poisson? Or was that the other place? Hang on, how do I do this? Yeah. There it is. Okay. Poisson? Not see a Poisson yet? At least in this little... Oh, no, I have not been there yet. Not at all. Okay. I was like... Why is my girl in the sewer? Thank you. I was an investigator, so I wanted to feel the part.
This is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
All right, thank you. Well, so much for my expectations. Exactly, exactly.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
I'm not just saying how it is,
For
okay?
everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father... He was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus.
Yes, they are French.
The same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
I imagine this where Cologne comes
I do
in
not believe
play.
my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence.
It seems really, at least verbally, very French inspired. I could definitely see some Italy in here.
But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
It does seem quite odd. Do you have any clue why?
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
And also people are out to get her.
I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed?
Watch it,
Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth.
And frozen.
If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Speaking the truth for the sake of your family. You know you're quite alike in this regard.
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying she was the one who killed him?
No wonder the mood was a little strange between the two of you.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Ms. Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Ms. Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Alright. Then that indicates that he intended to die in that duel.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right, anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
No, it's alright. I understand how important this is.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah, Paimon's beat.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Rest in my room. Can I just talk to you?
Whether it be responsibility for Spina di Rosula or Master Callus's death, it all landed on Demoiselle's shoulders so suddenly. This won't do. I must become stronger.
Right, where's the old man? He does not appear to be here. Nope, I want... Yes. Books, give me books. Anything else in the vicinity I can go nab? Please? One book. Oh hey, it's Dove. Oh, hello. Oh, okay. Into the hotel for resting. Up, there we go. And in we go. A peaceful night passes under the Spina de la Rosa's protection. How can we tell it's daylight out here?
This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Okay.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're
Do we
just
get
trying
to
to
go
get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
Probably.
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
I guess he would have been part of the decree to murder her father. And for Bear who's tuning in, all that you kind of missed is kind of like some Shadow over Innsmouth stuff. Very interesting. Yeah, I know, right?
Lay is right up ahead. Come on.
Not resolving. We are like unraveling it, but that's kind of the vibe I'm getting. Is a much more like Disney-fied version of that so far. Which is not what I was fully expecting here. But I figure if I said it like that, you'd know exactly kind of where this was going.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
Makes sense.
This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Neuvillette's files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize
No.
us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so
All right.
much.
Okay. Over here. Oh, it's a little other. Hello. You're so tiny. Book. Yes. The history of the decline. Okay. And more books. No more books. Not seeing any more books. I need to lift more books. Knock on the door.
Please come in.
The unofficial business?
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
He's pretty chill.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Does he just have it like memorized?
Nervalet would be so easy to talk to.
But yeah, he's so chill. He's just like, sure. Or is he like slow?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
So we're back to square one. Dang it.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Seems like a waste of time.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should.
Huh. Okay.
It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Man, I'm sadder.
Navia,
Right?
are you okay?
I'm fine.
It's raining, but I don't know if it's scripted. Oh, okay.
Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Okay. Okay, I'm tracking.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Father's case, was he outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
But there was something you didn't know at the time.
Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
The fact that people can be turned into water.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then got washed away with the rain? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
Yeah. Let's go now. We'll go now.
Great. Let's go then.
Let's go. Blue is on the case. Oh, this is kind of slummy too. Okay. All right. Dark Tide Echo. All right. This is all interesting.
Whoa! What a huge ship!
Oh, it's a ship?
Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
Okay.
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
I mean, it looks like a rusted piece of metal, but alright. I think I'm starting to get why you like it.
And Paimon Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Not seeing things to go grab. Up, up. A lot of cats. Lots of cats. I gotta go up. I just go into it and like climb it. Ah, there we go.
I'm just saying, if you play with fire, you're gonna get burned.
What's the music? It almost sounds spooky. Like what little I can hear of it. Ah, there it is. I would joke that Navi is a pirate. Actually, she fires with cannons. That may not be too far off now that I think about it. There's kitty cats everywhere.
Melus, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Melus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
But the mastermind, the same person.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah.
At least she's a pretty pirate, though.
Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait!
Yeah, but it's diluted.
Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Well, this would explain the whole
Sounds
murder
just like
thing.
Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
So they could have belonged to someone who got dissolved.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Alright, so maybe your father got into an argument with Jacques, but it's also possible that the third person was to blame.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out.
Okay then.
I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path.
He's gonna.
It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
He won't.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims,
If Navia dies, I'm
and for
quitting.
myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Maloose?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live, and the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict, but once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina de Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No.
Until now.
I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I
am now? Man, he gave you the choice to live how you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced.
Oh.
Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters.
That's kind of big
He was
information.
threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case.
That's true.
We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to
All right,
serve the
Alfred,
boss
chill.
and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to is that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here.
Oh.
When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people.
Oh.
The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh?
Okay.
Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it?
All these people we don't know.
He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
What is this confrérie? Oh gosh. Oh man. Can't read English, can't read French either. What is this confrérie? Confrérie?
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today.
Okay.
If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
The investigations continue.
Thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Leave it to me.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case.
Is this just like one big whodunit? I'm okay with this. I'm okay with the large whodunit. The mustache stays the entire time. Oh, I see a haven't actually came across these thingies yet. Hang on, where? Oh, it must be on top of the boat. How do I... Do I need to climb up on the top? I imagine that's how I'm gonna get this thing. Yeah! There it is. First one! I need to go back to my interactive map and, like, actually fix those. Alright. Where am I going? Over here. Totally meant to go up that high so I get some gliding distance. Oh, shiny. Chinese. So, what is my world tier right now? Yes, I can extend. So, I'm at world tier 5. I can just lower it? Okay, hang on. Change world level. After reaching world level 3, the option to decrease your world level will become available. You can decrease your world level by 1. Decreasing your world level lowers the level of leyline blossoms and opponents in the open world, but also decreases the rewards you get. After changing your world level, you cannot change it again for the next 24 hours. Okay. So if I progress too far, That's good. Alright, learn about Navia's father. Yes. Hear the Oceanid? Yes. Complete the thingy? Yes. And the... Sorry. The Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cordonale has delivered a verdict of not guilty. One day I'll have that memorized.
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Oh, you look like you have the sads.
Oh.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Let's not bother her for now.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques?
Probably.
I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. And to all of us.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
So does that mean someone ordered Jacques to take out Callis? So,
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to.
Okay.
Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your Papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
You just heard that.
For everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
I'm very grateful to hear this from you.
What little I've heard is that, Genshin's story goes harder and harder each location or chapter or whatever. So, like, I'm not trying to, like, speed through this, not at all, but, like, the fact that Natlan just came out, and this is going this hard, I was like, okay, are we just gonna be, like, opening credits and, like, crying with Natlan? Is that how it's gonna go? Also, I know it's out, so please don't spoil. But it's just, like, one of those, like, yeah, because it's getting, like, the story's getting more and more, having more and more depth. Which I appreciate. It's for people who just stay in Mondstadt, cool, they can just stay in Mondstadt type of thing. And then Leeway, it was like, oh, okay, there's a twist here. And then, like, I put Leeway and Inazuma about the same area. Inazuma was, like, just a bish little... I'm in Poisson now! But yeah, this, like, I heard that Fontaine story was hard. Like, hitting hard. I'm not crying yet. I am sad, but I'm not crying. I expect tears.
Even though your personality is quite different from your father's,
I might ugly cry on stream.
Your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
I can see that. I can see that. Like, if I had the ability to just start bawling on my person instead of just being like sad and frowny face, or like, can I mix the two? I know, sort of. No, they don't work that way. Still, if I could, like, I'd absolutely use it. Hey. Maybe Sexy Pirate gets like her revenge. We don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Okay.
Let
More
me
detective
think.
stuff.
Mr. Callis was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callis was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
My only complaint so far with Fontaine is they're a lot more wordy. Oh, I forgot to make myself unsaid. That it's a lot more wordy, and the animations don't line up with the English translation very well. I feel like the English translation could have been reworded a little bit differently to have it still tell the same story and line up with the animations a little better. Because it looked like Paimon was like, oh, you guys were drinking together? Egads! And like, just kind of like just how the animations line up. That's my only actual complaint so far. Is it just doesn't... I get what it's doing. I get that English is not its first, what it's meant for. But I feel like a little bit more effort could have been done. But that's just it.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene.
Why?
But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
It's very possible.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
Possibly.
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything, once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Alright. Oh, hi. You sell stuff? You know the rules? No. Never cheats his customers. Yeah, sell me stuff. Fine. Oh, up. Alright, where am I going? This. Whoa, hi. That's right, there. The other two are in town. This way. Alright. I am gonna teleport here. And I am going to go take a 5-minute break. Need to stretch my legs. Gotta make sure that the stream must go on. I want to go break a record. I want to break my record of yesterday. We'll go interview the other two suspects. Alright. See you guys in 5 minutes. Okay. Think we're back? Yeah, I had to switch controllers too, so. Alright. So. Oh, hi. You're right here. Convenient. Nice.
Hey, Thierry. It's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city.
I guess.
Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case, and my father's, may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right?
Yes.
I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask?
Interesting plot twist.
We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Makes sense, makes sense.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Do the best, right? Boop. Right. Oh no! Keep going, keep going. All right. I just go into the light, sort of. Okay, there we go.
Hello, how may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure, I will let him know right away.
So the uncle?
Ah, Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the top of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, And what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right
Can
now.
we talk about the fancy dog in the background behind Navia?
Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabriere will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more, see if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let
The
me know
uncle,
if you
right?
ever need Mora.
Toad's the uncle.
All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
I'm totally like, Uncle did it. Uncle did it. That's how fancy families go. Also, fancy dog. Fancy dog. Hi.
Being skilled at something doesn't make it a hobby.
And we, like, got, like, your tail has a cane? Can we talk about what is going on here? Can I talk to you about your dog? No, I want to talk to you about your dog, and none of those are those options. Oh, we don't have any of these. That going. Don't have any of those. She wants us to go up here.
Surprise!
There we go.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly
Uncle.
suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
It's the uncle.
But where should we start?
Jock's motive.
Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
If I was Jacques, I wouldn't have fired a shot at all.
Oh? And why is that?
Could he guarantee his safety after killing Callus? Could he guarantee his family's safety?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father.
Seems the third person was the one who derailed everything.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory.
Technically a game theory.
Besides, Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Marcel has money.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got no Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex.
See? It's the uncle.
Still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child.
That is the nature of family.
Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business? Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use. But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah, had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
How what I was feeling.
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly. Who could it be?
I think... Who do we think? Okay. I always have one missing. Why? Okay. I only have one option? Okay. I swear it's the uncle.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these 3, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the 3, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
He is someone who's very close to you, after all.
Well,
Telling you, it's the uncle.
We still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
The synth production beasts.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky, but we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Okay.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Why?
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Oh. So, okay.
What? Is that someone you know?
It is someone we know.
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right, because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
Let's do the Scooby-Doo thing and let's split up.
Huh? Split up? What do you mean?
You can go to blank while we go investigate that place. I'm confident in my compatibility.
Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
You just, like, turned 180 like, no, not my uncle, and then you're like, yeah, let's put it on my uncle.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Linny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver, when did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then!
Alright. We're gonna go solve more crimes.
Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
Is it, like, super happy? Oh, I'm sorry.
Ah.
Yeah, what does this do? What? Okay, hang on. So, naturally, a hydro-abundant nation like Fontaine will have such mysterious phenomena as hydrobrana. After you collect 3, they will combine into a hydro core that will continuously apply hydro to the surrounding environment. Alright, but even if you have not collected 3 of them, characters can cause to grow into a hydro core if they continuously are affected by hydro. Oh, okay. Alright, I'm like not combat anything right now. Flower. I should probably fix that. Party setup. Let's pick somebody else that's like a little bit beefier.
My demon expelling mantra is ready.
Can I even level these guys up though? Send. I need crystals, but I have all the other stuff, so that's good. And then I need a lot of stuff for her. I can get her up. Do I know where this thing is? The stuff? Dropped by. Oh, you're like over here. I have not explored over there yet. Good to know. Why specifically over there?
Huh. According to Malusa's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Alright, in a second.
May I present?
Alright. We're gonna be brats about this.
The show begins!
Oh! I did it dumb. Oh! Dive! Okay. Okay. Or stuff. Do I just, like, breathe forever down here? Okay. Gameplay, okay. Recovery orb. You will sometimes see these energy emitting blocks underwater. Those aren't blocks. Touching them will cause your character to absorb the energy within them, restoring aquatic stamina and a... Not blocks. Those were filled. Oh, you're here. Whoop, that's what I wanted. The resilience and vitality of Fontaine. Okay, so that's stuff that I just passed. Some weak sections of the Fontaine seagrass will shine with a special light. These must all be completely cut using water blades or they will regrow. But I don't know what water blades are. I wanted that.
Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base.
Can we talk about how the hell we're breathing underwater?
Seem out of the ordinary at all.
Well, they don't want it to stand out. Yes, but I'm sure what we find inside will be extraordinary.
You're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
Meanwhile, inside the Opera Epiclis,
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
happened?
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him! You've got the wrong man!
Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted.
Wait, what? If he's
Now
like
then,
on trial, why does he get to leave?
Who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
Your uncle! I am
Marcel, the head
full-on
of
uncle.
Confrérie of Cabriere!
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation.
Oh no.
Knowing
I'm going to
this,
just murder Navia.
do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial.
After some time, a shocking Marcel is brought to the stand.
Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember, both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
All right, here we go.
On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabriere.
Okay.
During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard.
Yes.
When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance Jacques lay dead from a gunshot wound.
I hope I
The
didn't just
guards'
mess this all up.
investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel.
So, okay, real quick. I was like joking about like pirates, but her dad actually has an eye patch. Like, come on.
Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene.
Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Alright. Oh, so this is okay, so the banquet on the day of the murder, owned by that. Clothing of a person. Two gunshots.
Something's not right.
Okay, so not that one. Okay.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility and had sent out another assassin.
All right. This one is holding a gun? Oh, okay. I guess that one doesn't work. Okay.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead.
Alright, and this one is first shot, miss. Second one took his life. Alright.
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice.
Alright.
Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
All right.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
But I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
That is true.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice.
Okay.
What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. Okay. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Okay. Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing.
Okay.
In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene.
Ooh.
Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
Okay.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia.
Really?
It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Did I mess this up? Did I just, like, murder Navia?
Don't know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
Okay, there's no way I could
do
have done that.
apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
Bro, you're so vicious.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
A little while earlier at the entrance to the Sid's production base. Us! We're back! Oh, hello? I didn't... Wait. Okay. I wanted to get the thingy in the doorway. probably gonna have to. Oh no. No! Glad I switched my people. Okay. That's so nice of you. Party setup. Let's go. Oh yeah, I have my blue. I forgot. I say my blue. My traveler as a hydro. Okay. Two. Other. Shush. So yes, blue. But yeah. That so allows me to heal. Gives me extra water. Bitty bits. Alright, let's hopefully I have an exploration team, but that's because I have so I have Kaya because his sprint his bonus is that he allows you to sprint for longer. And then I have Farina who can walk on water. That's freaking nice. And then Amber allows you to glide longer. And then the other one I think I have is kind of flex. I usually have somebody with like a claymore to break stuff. So like I have like lazy farming teams that are themed against like just going against a certain element. That's just my preference because I don't like thinking about it. So I go, oh, I'm going against the fire flower. Let me go get something that's like all water and ice stuff. So that's just me. That would be definitely a game question if he's not like terribly lurking or if he didn't just like leave just now. But like, yeah, I have like whoever I'm using currently really, and then my exploration team where I'm just running around like farming stuff. That's just what I do. Wait, wrong order? What? Oh yeah, I forgot that's a thing. I forgot that's a thing. I forgot you get bonuses for that. Oh. Alright, so pitch. No. Beef? Okay, that did work. Oh. So the when you have, let me go back to it. So the elemental resonance. So in my case, I have two hydro people, my traveler and Farina. So it gives me the perk of affected by pyro for 40% less time and increases my max HP by 25%. I forgot that doing this mix and match does something when you're doing your party stuff. So there was like a theory behind my madness on my other things. We're like, hey, I don't want to deal with pyro. Here's some pyro stuff. What's going on here? Hi. Hi. I have no idea what this does. Uh-oh. I'm assuming I want those? Yes. They heal me. Alright.
Water jet!
Okay.
You're in for a little shock.
No, I want this one in the center. There we go.
Don't be so brute.
You're just gonna bust these guys out real quick to make my life a little easier.
Come a little closer.
I may have to throw this down. 71's pretty tough.
You're in for a little shock. Let's spark things up a little.
I did.
I'm gonna ruin my gloves.
How brilliant!
I might be able to make this work. Might be a little tough though. Okay. Enhancer mech. Okay, to create it to complement the energy defects and increase the operation efficiency of Clockwork Mecha. Alright, I'm gonna just say light and dark. Energies have different effects, and the machine can also periodically generate energy, allowing it to replenish the power of the nearby disabled. Okay, so kill this thing first. TLDR. Ah! Go back. After their energy is annihilated by an attack charge with the opposite signature, it will induce an overloaded state and cause the machine to power, requiring the machine to spend time on self-repairs. Okay. There we go. Just like slowly heal. Oh, Farina has both? Nice. Okay. Well, I'm glad I brought her. Oh, I can see it. Okay. Cool.
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
I just, like, hope I can pass this without having to, like, back out and change my world level. Because I am... Oh. Might as well enjoy some of the fishing. Nice.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Alright. I see things on the floor. Yes? Yes. Okay. Okay. So, L2? Oh, did I not? You do. Uh-oh. Okay. And then... Oh. I'm trying to... It wants me to do something with this. Your buddy cub is out in the living room. -1. Aw. Poor Godzilla. Okay. Oh, hey, I have a button right here now. Hey! Helps when I observe things. Yes, Fontaine introduced swimming. Like, diving swimming. Okay.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top.
Yeah,
but
you say so.
This is still a ways away from where we need to go.
I would just like it to kind of introduce why I'm able to, like, move underwater. Like, as anybody. Unless it's just I'm on things. Okay. Hi. Oh, you're getting hit a lot.
Let the world come alive!
Come a little closer.
The show begins!
Yes, I guess that would be a good
You're
thing to
in for a
say.
little shock.
That's good. Uh-oh.
Going out is tiring.
I was not paying attention. I was not paying attention to her health. What's this button do?
Wipe out!
Go, it phases through. Okay, cool. I just wasted that.
Water jet!
Oof. Alright. Uh-oh. I was not expecting more! Oh no! Is that a bad move? Oh no!
Forth, my blade. Swift and merciful.
Water jet!
Submit for judgment.
Yeah. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Water jet!
Okay.
Forth, my blade.
Okay. Yeah, I did see how I stunned them. I wish it was like a little bit longer than this stun was.
One with my blade.
Ooh, I might have to change this.
From whence you came.
Like, I could do this, but it's gonna take me forever.
Go!
Forth, my blade.
May I present Water jet!
A touch of frost. Forth, my blade.
Oh no. Alright, let's go res Lisa real quick. Alright. Go, let's get her some lovin's. it just kind of goes away. I did notice that when I used it. It was like, okay, cool, here's your burst and good day. Was not happy about that. I mean, I guess if you're going through a whole bunch of enemies. I hope I don't have a super boss at the end of this. Alright.
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
I gotta assume this little ball of light is like a Python, right? Or something. A constellation to make it slow down. Hydro Traveler is so undertuned and just bad. Oh! I didn't know that Dendro was like good. I like didn't really touch on it very much when we were in Sumeru. I was like, oh, Hydra, I'll just go touch it. Boop. Hey, just. Oh. Alright. Oh. Please be an easy fight. I have survived this slug. I should probably not be running to my death. Now that I think about it. Probably need those stamps. Alright. So, the crab that I found create a heavy armored shield capable of releasing a shockwave. Hold it down, will continuously expand the shield. If you release a skill, it will make a shockwave. Yep, that was how I got to the thing. And then this one, the transonic source water. I gotta make such big words. Sometimes these strange clusters of things will appear beside you, allowing you to unleash power, your will, and deliver attacks. Okay. So when attacking, using this thing, their power can be absorbed for, okay, so for a certain period. He's definitely like thirsting, it sounded like. He's like, I'm gonna get back into Genshin and learn how to do teams. Like he's in it. Oh, it's those things. A machine created from the union between Fontaine device and special energy and the light and the dark energy. Okay. I don't want to.
Strike a pop.
Oh no. I'm gonna ruin my gloves.
Oh, that's all the one.
Oh, brilliant!
What? Heal. Alright. Oh, that's guns. No.
Don't be such a brute.
Leave my Lisa alone. He's just here for the heals. Oh, ow. Oh, ah. Uh-oh.
The show begins.
Doing my best. We're in water. Why aren't you being affected by hydro? Hang on.
Come a little closer.
Ow. You're touching the thing. Oh, her healing is like too good.
Oh, brilliant!
One with my blade. Submit for judgment. A touch of frost.
Alright, let's have our thing just go away. And then...
You're in for a little shock.
Go!
Okay. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Go!
Come a little closer.
Lots of changing it up. Lots of running around. Ah!
Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock.
Wait, why didn't that work? Ah! Nope.
Go!
Here, come a little closer. Yep.
How brilliant!
You're in for a little shock. Yep. Come a little closer. Yep.
Oh no, the healing's gone. Healing's gone. Come back. Ah! I am surviving.
One with
You
my
stop
blade.
it.
From whence you came.
Water jet!
Come a little closer. Try not to enjoy this too.
Water jet!
The show be...
You like not?
You're in
Oh my
for a
God,
little
please.
shock.
Please die. Hey! Alright. See here, heal and read chat. Alright. Yeah, he's getting... Okay, so hanging in there. I'm downloading... You're downloading Genshin right now? I thought you've had it. And having a drink. Why? What am I doing that makes you just love Lisa? I'm not doing anything. No, she is probably my most like used character out of like the original couple that you get. I should just main her. I mean, I use her pretty often, actually. Uh-oh.
The show begins!
That cleared up. Come on. What is that? That's good. Here we go. All good. I didn't even think that I should have replaced... No, I can't replace Traveler, because, like, you're, like, one of my highest leveled characters. Ugh.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
If I'm not mistaken, he's being charged by Navia as we speak.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia.
Did I win? Oh.
What's all this? Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things.
Cute
Pink
things.
accessories, a hair tie, a necklace,
Oh.
even a makeup box.
I think these are belongings. The names, too.
Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
Yup, it's victim stuff. These are souvenir trophies.
Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here? And then they were turned into water. And all the boxes of things. These names.
Yup.
Oh, this is terrible.
Our trophies. Can I like touch it again, or yeah? Any miscellaneous items, several different names if you're a woman. Okay. Come on. Oh my god, Traveler, be better. Damn, an experiment table.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Aww. So, Ingold's... The name Ingold sounds really familiar.
Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
The goal of the researcher is to save his lover, a woman called Vignir, who was dissolved. I wonder if that was the oceanid we found.
So that's why he did all of these experiments. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
There's another name here. Bashir.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
I knew it! He's the researcher. Okay.
You mean Vache is the one who did all of these...
Vache, sorry.
Experiments?
Yes, he signed off on a bunch of the experiments reports. The voice I heard from the fountain was probably Vignir.
So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and...
I don't know if it was intentional.
No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
He wants to bring her back, so there must be more that meets the eye.
In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Alright, right. We are learning here today. Oh my god, Traveler, why do you suck? There's the pool, which is obviously really cool looking. Let's look at the bookshelf.
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him.
It seems to be probably related to his case and Jacob's case.
Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right?
Is there anything else?
We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
They planned this well in advance.
They're all just so evil.
Alright. Now, for the weird thing. The water is going up. Okay.
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water.
Just, you know, the again, the water floating upward basin. Primordial sea.
That means this is where they make all the synth! And that special water is the main ingredient! If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human! Paimon will
Fontaine.
take notes on this incriminating evidence.
Alright. It's not telling me and yelling at me yet to, like, leave. Oh my god. Traveler, stop sucking. Okay, I don't want to accidentally go out of bounds and, like, screw myself over. So, am I missing something? Or is it just wanting me to leave? Oh. Ugh. The exam. I think that's it. Oh, well, I'm glad I didn't go yet. Examine bottles.
Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea.
So many.
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth?
Well, that's definitely proves that this is where they produce it.
Yep, it's super obvious.
Alright, now...
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. But...
who really is this Vache?
yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Clever, but maybe not clever enough. Let's look again.
Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
Okay. Do I just look at the same things? Yes. Okay.
You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure.
After some time. Okay.
Ugh. Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
I found it.
Whoa, really? Let Paimon see.
A diary? Looks like.
Lumiere. Isn't that Vache's lover's name?
Yes.
Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too. Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now.
I have a feeling of a twist. Okay, let's see where this goes. And I'll see if my theory is correct. Take a look at this first page. She made a list of baby names. I can't read this. So
many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them?
One of them
The
circled.
final name she decided on was... Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Venier's grown son?
So my theory was not quite. My theory was that Navia's mom was turned into a puddle. This was not the direction I was thinking of. I've figured it out. Let's go, Paimon.
Hey! Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
That was my mental theory.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache?
Huh.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Back to court!
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
Until you
It's
just
all right,
cringe.
Monsieur Nivelette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
You say you've never heard of Vache. Let's go with the journal over here.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Oh!
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything! After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you! You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache!
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Venier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together.
This is where we go, hey, she's not.
Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place.
Oh,
so I can't
because
be
he's from
dissolved,
Chesnaya.
no matter what I do.
Aww.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go, I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Venier. A promise. We made a promise. Venier.
I hope he doesn't throw that bottle at the guards. I'm gonna feel bad.
Please, Venier. Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
Was that?
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignier. During an underwater expedition, Vignier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson.
Okay.
During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all.
Why is there a kid here?
The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
She just put her uncle in jail.
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to, so if you'll excuse me...
And yeah, that's also true.
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Uh-oh.
Ugh, what now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Oh?
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent?
Isn't this the first time that they've been opposed?
What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
Okay. I think... Alright. So, child has been declared guilty by the Oratrice. What is going on her? So, before we commence, I'm gonna leave us on a short cliffhanger. My legs are, like, dying. So, be right back. Leg break! I need to figure out where to put this water bottle. There we go. Alright, so I have a theory as to why he was called guilty, so let's hear
The
it.
judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
Uh-oh.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
I hope I don't have to fight him again. That's his delusion, though, right?
He's activating his spell legacy!
Ooh.
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Oh, he's got a cut on his cheek. Maybe. Waste.
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
If even the Chief Justice doesn't know, then we have no choice but to ask the Archon himself.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it! I don't know what happened there either! Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either? But that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
Oh no.
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap? Don't tell me you thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement. And, of course, for every performance, there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the Oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment! If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable! All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict. Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
No.
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
So, alright. The Fossilore, I'm assuming, is thinking the abyss whale thing is connected to the primordial water. Which, I mean, abyss, ancient, all of this is like super old. Kind of checks. So, way to pull the rug out from under her.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
Alright. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Right? I like how I'm so short he has to look down on me.
Oh, Monsieur Nervalette! That power you showed when you took him down. Who are you really?
I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course. If officers of the law lack the strength and capability to enforce it, then it makes a mockery of justice.
If you say so, sir. Alright, so it was like, it let me go. Or was it up? Yeah, it's up there. Okay, I'll go get that in a second. Oh, okay.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Can't leave.
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
So?
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list!
No, wait! I just want to ask the traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vacher?
Yeah, we never did tell him.
I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Yes, I met her.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it?
It was around the Fountain of Lucine, something to do with my sensitivity to the hydro
Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs? Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I need to get my viewpoint. What do you mean it sounds like your ex? Oh, it's like, hey, you're in a really contained zone now. You can't leave. Where am I supposed to go? I don't know where this stuff is. Wait. What? I just need to go outside. Oh, just walk out? Okay. I was like, where's my quest at? Yeah, because it's right in front of you, right? As everybody, like, pops in. I guess that works out, where it's, what is up with these dogs? I think I'm quest locked because I don't see it. That's a chasm. Inversion of the Gnosis. That's not it. The rain falls without reason. Yeah, bring Marcel to the plaza. I guess I gotta go do this one? Ah! I find, like, I never intentionally started this. And it's like, I'm literally right there. Alright. We will do this until it allows me to continue the actual main Archon quest.
Huh? Isn't that Charlotte? Who's her friend, and what are they chatting about?
Be pleased with the cherry on top, Charlotte! Journalist extraordinaire! Please tell me you're joking! I read that a gang of criminals tricked the Gardamex by disguising themselves as blubber beasts. It's true, isn't it? It has to be! I've invested all my savings into graph adversarial technology and even taken out a sizable bank loan. I'm begging you like the beggiest beggar in all of begdom.
I need you to calm down a little, Miss Lapine, Pauline. I admire your passion for your research, and I don't mean to dash your hopes for those, big-ticket orders. But I'm afraid I'm not joking. The Blubber Beast incident was a short story mailed to us by an anonymous amateur author, written in the style of a true story.
So amateur author of a short story.
It sounds like they're just discussing a story, but why does this Miss Lapine Pauline seem so distressed?
Funnily enough, I actually remember being in a meeting where the editing team was debating the potential risk of misleading the public with this story. They even went to Maison Gardiennage for advice. But to our surprise, they fully supported us printing it. They figured that the false intel would be a great way to dupe potential criminals into wearing ridiculous costumes when breaking the law. In truth, Gardamex are extremely sophisticated in their capabilities. They can identify criminals just as reliably as the best human guards, so a crude disguise isn't gonna get you far. If anything, it'll just make you stand out all the more. Since we ran that story, the Maison Gardiennage has made a slew of arrests, including, one phantom blubber beast, a titanic red-crowned finch, and a specter man. So I knew this story had helped out law enforcement, but this is the first time I'm learning of an innocent citizen being deceived by it, and investing so much mora for nothing.
Oh.
Uh-oh. She really sounds like she's in pain. Paimon thinks we should just ask Charlotte what's going on. Hey, Charlotte!
Traveler, Paimon, it's you!
Hey, this woman is crying on the street.
Taking some photos for
literally
a story,
behind
when I got
us.
to talking to Miss Lapine Pauline about her research.
Let me just cheerfully talk to you.
She read an article in the Steambird about a criminal who evaded Gardamex detection by disguising themselves as a blubber beast. Inspired by this story, she spent a lot of mora researching counter-criminal image recognition technology. Her aim was to improve Fontaine's public security by developing a device that could enhance Gardamex target recognition capabilities. She was hoping I could write an article to spread awareness about image recognition technology. She even paid me for the article and gave me one of her prototype devices before I could get a word in. But unfortunately, it was just a fictional story, and her efforts and aspirations were all in vain. I tried to let her down gently, but she's finding it all very hard to accept.
This is a new situation for us, too. It's such a pity. It seems like the author was only trying to make the story interesting, and the Maison Gardiennage only had Fontaine's best interest in mind.
It's no one's fault. She's just a victim of misunderstanding.
Miss Lapine Pauline, what are you doing?
I'm gonna pick a fight with a Gardamex, head to the opera at Biclès, and get a one-way ticket to the Fortress of Meropide. That way, I won't have to repay my debts. It's the only way I can afford to keep on living.
Whoa, there's no need to go that far. I mean, come on, look at you. You wouldn't even dent the Gardamex armor. In all likelihood, they'd only hold you up at the Maison Gardiennage for a few days before letting you out, and then you'd still have to repay your debts. Actually, instead of going into the technicalities of that, how much did you actually invest? How bad can it really be?
270,000 mora.
Okay, well, escaping to the Fortress of Meropide over a sum like that seems like a last resort. Surely there must be other options.
Not anymore. I used to be an equipment supplier to the Fontaine Research Institute before that blew to pieces, and now I'm just a small-time engineer. I scraped together some savings over the past few years, but I put every last mora into this project, and now I'm left with nothing. It's not just my savings that are gone. It's my whole future as a graph adversarial technology specialist and my dreams of becoming a billionaire one day.
I mean, it sounds like you're like a quarter. No. 1,000, not million. No. I don't know. Math. Been streaming long enough, the math isn't working.
Don't despair, Miss Lapine Pauline. I think I know a way for you to turn this around. This prototype you've given me, the camera lens for image recognition sample collection. It's really quite something. You said you designed it specifically for high-fidelity image capture and analysis, yes? The rapid focal length adjustment is a very useful function in its own right. It's sure to make many journalists' jobs much easier. In fact, I'd say it has the potential to revolutionize Fontaine's news media. So your research efforts thus far are by no means in vain. The technology you've developed may have many applications that you've never even considered.
Really?
Absolutely. I've been working as a journalist for the Steambird for a long time now. No one understands the issues we journalists face on a day-to-day basis better than me. So keep calm, take heart, and start thinking about mass production. In the meantime, I'll show your invention to all my colleagues to drum up interest in your product.
I can't believe it! If this is true, then I can look into setting up a whole camera lens development pipeline. My big-ticket orders and billionaire aspirations are still in the cards. Oh, maybe I should consider taking out another loan.
No.
That way,
don't do
I
that.
can rapidly improve the lens
Nope.
production process, be the first to market, and prepare to battle for dominance in the camera industry.
Come on, stop daydreaming about your pipelines for a minute. Just take it one step at a time and see how it goes. There's no sense in putting all your eggs in one basket before things are even off the ground.
Being overly ambitious might come back to bite you. Slow and steady wins the race.
And I can probably speak to some
She's
people
not
I know and
listening.
license my image recognition device to a workshop to raise some funds. I can't believe I didn't think of this sooner. There's no time to lose. I need to get to work. Early bird gets the worm.
And she's gone.
Can you believe her? She just ran off. Paimon's pretty sure our advice went in one ear and out the other. It's understandable. When inspiration and passion strike at the same time, it's all too easy to throw yourself headfirst into your work and forget about everyone around you. A lot of journalists are the same way when they're first starting out. But don't you worry. I'm gonna write an article on all this, and I'll be checking in on her regularly. Her research has the potential to benefit the entire journalistic community. I'll give her plenty of input to stop her from going down any rabbit holes, and make sure mass production of her lens can begin as soon as possible. It's reassuring to know that you'll be looking out for her, Charlotte. Actually, you know what? Why don't you two take this prototype lens?
No.
I'm sure you'll have plenty of chances to use it on your travels.
Please don't. I don't
It
use
takes
those.
the right person to get the most out of a new technology. In your hands, it's sure to capture some amazing sights.
Ah.
Thanks a lot, Charlotte. What a nice surprise. We were just curious about what you guys were talking about. Totally didn't expect to get a free gift out of it. You're welcome. I got something out of this too. The beginnings of a very interesting news story.
I hope this
The
is like
boundaries
April's Quest.
between real news reports and news-like fiction must not be blurred, even when there's a compelling justification for doing so. Yes, that's how I'll phrase it to the editors when I give them my feedback. Let's hope we don't mislead any more well-meaning citizens in the future.
Okay. So after activating the zoom. Oh, that literally is it. Okay. That's not bad. Okay. So, There we go. Okay, that wasn't so bad. That could have been a lot more painful. Oh, yeah, I do have her somewhere. No, that's not what I said. I got her, yeah. Onto this side. Alright, continuing the story. Oh, with the gadget. Nice.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Back then I drank water from Primordial Sea. It heightened my sensitivity to the hydro element.
And even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Maybe he's immune to it or made a tolerance. Aww.
Yes, that's it. So you heard it too.
Vinier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache.
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vinier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, wait!
Is he gonna go drown himself?
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
He doesn't remember her name anymore, I thought.
Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
Okay.
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of sports, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother.
Is she a
She would not have
conglomerate?
grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
Oh.
Wait, you are not Vinier. Who are you?
Gotta be everybody, right?
I am not Vinier.
Yep.
I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vinier.
Why? But then, where is Vinier?
Oh, damn.
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you.
Damn.
This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures.
You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vigniere's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vigniere's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
It looks like I didn't meet Vigniere back then either. They must have wanted me to lure Marcella here from the very beginning. I mean, we could have met her, because they said that it's all merged together and she wants nothing to do with him. So, yeah, I mean, I think she's in there somewhere. I don't think it's not her.
No! Yeah! She can't hate me. Let me see her, please! Have mercy!
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vigniere. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Vache.
Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Oh, shit. Later, the guards find the culprit. Damn, I didn't read it fast enough. Several days later. So he's dead, right?
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Shopping is stressful in its own way, though. My legs are killing me. Mine aren't. I got a stretch break not too long ago.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the court since then.
Why?
Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago.
Things turned out as well as they could have.
Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte?
Everybody knows
Journalist
Charlotte.
from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
Nice!
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vaché's headquarters, Clarand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time, so we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Oh, that's great! Paimon also thought Clarand wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave, and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him, to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Can I come too?
We want to go too! We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
I want to see your pirate
Sure
death.
thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now. Huh. This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. It can't be... Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh?
He feels bad?
Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown, but still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Nervalette. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to
You're
believe
now
that there
thinking
could
of
be
what that
anything
means?
more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callis in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
So Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done.
Following Navia and Neuvillette, you also paid respects. Hey, it's not raining anymore.
Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
You're not usually supposed to fly around their grave, I guess.
Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly. Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad.
Okay. This is the end of 4.0. Alright.
Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
I was like listening for Oh good, it's not being picked up. Hello, Navia.
Paimon's really sorry, Navia, but Paimon did something pretty disrespectful just now.
What are you saying, Paimon? I don't think I get it.
Well, aren't you not supposed to fly around someone's grave?
Huh? Who told you that?
Hey, traveler! Why did you mess with Paimon again? Paimon's really...
that's it? Okay.
Well...
Huh?
Hey, traveler!
Alright. Let's go over to Neuvillette. I'm actually kind of excited. Like, I'm slowly catching up now. Like, I can start like, experiencing this and be like, ah, this is the end of this patch.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see, I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
I know your secrets.
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this, since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
Oh! Oh, this is like the end of the main Fontaine quest. I did all of Fontaine today? Well, alright then. Holy crap. So, about the water from the primordial sea.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea. But what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research.
You did say 4.0, but like, I thought at the end, like I thought I don't get to do this type of questioning until like the end of like the main chunk, I think. That's how I think how it went in Sumeru, where I had to wait to the very end where we released Nahida, where we released Nahida, and then we could ask all these questions. Like, I know that I have more stuff I can go do. Also from the trailers, I know that there's more stuff to do, because there's, like, lack of actually knowing what he is, like, dog guy. The punchy melee guy. We haven't met him yet. But I know he's, like, in Fontaine somewhere. Unless this is, like, a weird midpoint. I don't know. I think the streaming hours are getting to me. I'm getting, like, a little out of it. Okay. I'm excited to be caught up. So, like, when we get into Natland. Because, like, I'll actually be caught up to all this. It'll, like, be more in sync with how everyone else experiences this instead of me just burning through it.
There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vache discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
About the prophecy that has been circulating around Fontaine, and I'm pretty sure this is the one about the sinking.
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Linny that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant, and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Let's not answer that question. What about Childs?
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness.
So he
Which is all
doesn't
to
know.
say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
Okay.
So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
His sibling!
Your sibling? Another blonde-haired traveler? I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Oh, I've now talked to you about everything, so I have no more questions.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memornia.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right. You've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Wait a minute. All right.
You know, we've been walking around for a while now. Why don't we go back to the Spina di Rosula base in the court of Fontaine and have a rest? Navia said something about having a place ready for us there, didn't she? Come on, let's go!
There's all these points underwater and things. So much to do. Alright, real quick. Like that. Alright, so... There is a little table. Yes. Gotta go craft some stuff real quick. No Batmans. Boop. What is this? Can I just make artifacts now? Okay, hang on. No. Is that what that is? I can just make them? Okay. Oh, he's Batman. I got you. I got you. Okay. So we still have some Fontaine to do. But it said I completed this, so I'm assuming this is, yeah. Now, you decide to rest up. Okay. Oh wait, shoot. What was that description? Now that the cereal disappearance... Oh my goodness. I should probably go to bed. That's a way later artifact recycling. Oh, okay. So, like, for those people who min-max for bad rolls, gotcha. So now that the serial disappearances case has been solved, you decide to rest up for a while, but something is stirring. Okay. We'll go. See what cliffhangers we're gonna get to run into.
Yep, here's the room, and it's empty and waiting for us as promised. Navia is such a good person. Now that the serial disappearances case has been solved, no one's going to come after us for anything. Even without Silver standing guard, we can just completely relax.
That's never a good idea.
Stay and rest up here for a while. Even machines in Fontaine need to stop and recharge now and then.
If we wanted to rest, could we pick somewhere with a decent view?
Oh, come on! This place isn't that bad. Besides, how often do we get to stay in an actual base?
The truth, Paimon.
Oh, fine. Remember that detective story Paimon read before? Well, the author is about to release a new book, so Paimon wanted to buy it as soon as it came out and have a quiet place to read it.
Fair enough, just don't spoil the ending for me this time.
Then it's agreed. Come on, let's get some sleep. We'll need to be up first thing in the morning to get in line and buy a copy.
You and Paimon relax.
Paimon didn't expect that style at all. Even though it's a detective novel, it's also like a social documentary. It's actually pretty good.
You just finished it? You're a pretty slow reader. What?
No! Paimon just spends a bit more time sleeping than you, that's all.
Excuse me, but do you know if the Traveler and Paimon are lodging here?
That is us.
Who are you? Paimon doesn't recall seeing you before. Wait, you're not here to give us trouble, are you?
A blonde traveler and a chatty little fairy. Whew, looks like I found the place. Good thing I asked the Spina di Rosula. Seems they sent me the right way.
Hey, what do you mean by chatty? Paimon's always careful not to talk too much. Most of the time, anyway.
It's an honor to meet you both. I was sent from the Palais Mermonia. Monsieur Nourilette wishes to see you. It seems he has something important to discuss in person.
Okay.
Nourilette? He wants to see us again already? Huh. We talked so much the last time we met. Has something happened since then?
I am not privy to the details. It would be best if you came to the Palais Mermonia and asked Monsieur Nourilette in person.
I'm not a fan of the sad eyes.
If you say so, but Paimon has a bad feeling about this.
Now that I've delivered the message, I'll take my leave.
Thanks! We haven't left the room for a few days, so we'll head over once we've freshened up a bit.
Oh, it's still going. All right. All right. So, yeah, we're gonna get us into a cliffhanger, and then I am probably gonna go to bed. And then I'll probably pick this back up on Monday. Give my computer some time to, like, relax. I have my laptop uploading yesterday's 8-hour video. It's only halfway through that one. And then I have to put this one together too and edit out all the breaks. That'll take a while too.
Neverland, we're here! Did you want to see us about something? Huh? Why were you just standing there? You daydreaming or thinking something over?
Yes, I did send someone to fetch you. But as for what I'd like to discuss next, well, I still have some reservations.
Given that we've already made the trip here, you should just tell us. Bet you need us to help you with something, right?
I do indeed have something I'd like to ask you to do, however...
Okay, good.
You should wait until after I tell you the details, then decide for yourselves whether you'd like to help or not. The situation is this. If I'm understanding you correctly, the Snezhnayan harbinger known as the Knave has essentially requested a diplomatic meeting with you, correct? I heard that she was originally from Fontaine, but for her to suddenly arrive here and abruptly request such a meeting like this, I sincerely advise you to refuse her invitation outright. I'm sure you're aware that her purpose is most likely related to Child's recent predicament. We convicted one of the Snezhnayan harbingers in a court of law, but we have yet to provide any form of detailed report on the matter. This does indeed provide an opportunity for Snezhnaya to put pressure on us. I believe we should adopt an evasive stance until we can provide a proper explanation and have a preliminary plan on how to deal with the matter.
No, we shouldn't. I think we should agree to the meeting.
Oh?
Well, you see, we are the ones that owe an explanation. If we keep putting off the meeting, it could easily result in the problem escalating, right? It's like a fight between two friends. If they don't agree to see each other and talk in person, isn't it possible that the friendship could end entirely?
Though diplomatic relations between Fontaine and Snezhnaya could be considered as friendly, it is only superficially so. You wouldn't go so far as to say that our nations are friends, as you did in your example.
It was just an analogy. An analogy, okay?
Moreover, even if we were to talk in person, if we don't have sufficient information prepared, it is quite possible the result wouldn't be restored relations, but a complete falling out.
I don't think we should overthink those possibilities yet.
There's so many couches.
Even if the logic of the divine is not immediately apparent, its wisdom will only be revealed with time. Besides, you'll be at the meeting. If any problems do pop up, you'll have no problem navigating them.
I must clarify that interacting and communicating with people outside of court is not my cup of tea. It seems you think too much of me. But more importantly, when did I agree to join the meeting with you?
You mean you won't come? No, that won't do. I can't go to the meeting alone. You have to accompany me. I must take you with me.
Lady Farina, could there be something else regarding this matter that is being kept from me?
No, not at all. Look, I am the Hydro Archon of Fontaine, Focalor, the god of justice who is loved and adored by many. So I only hope that justice will be served in this matter. Don't overthink it. I'll go find someone to arrange the meeting.
Time for the meeting with the knave. The arrives.
Though it could officially be considered a diplomatic conference, I prefer to see our meeting today as an ordinary tea party. I assume you see it the same way, Miss Farina?
Oh. Pretty high up there.
Lady Farina?
Yes, that's right. Just like you said, a tea party.
This is like how she's introduced, I imagine.
I should thank you for providing the pastries. They look delectable. To make this tea party even more lively, I've invited someone else to join us today.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Monsieur Neuvillette. I was born in Fontaine, so naturally, there's no need to introduce the nation's revered Eudex to me.
Hello. The pleasure is also mine.
First, I would like to thank the two of you. I'm often away on business outside of Fontaine, and I'm told that the children of the House of the Hearth have been well taken care of by you. Oh, I'm not referring to when my children, Linny and Lynette, were falsely accused by you. Please don't misunderstand. The children of the House of Hearth are often misunderstood, perhaps due to the reputation of the Fatui. There's no getting around that. All I meant to say is that Fontaine has been stable in recent years. The people are well off and the children lead happy, fulfilled lives. That is something truly worth cherishing, and no one wishes to disrupt such peace.
Now then, you have come regarding the matter of child, correct?
Well, yes. It appears the ever-busy Eudex Neuvillette doesn't wish to waste time with diplomatic pleasantries, and hopes that we can get straight to the point of our talk. Yes, as you surmised, understanding child's situation is indeed one of the goals of this trip. As we are both diplomats from Snezhnaya, as well as Fatui harbingers, Child and I have always been colleagues. Were anything to happen in Fontaine, each of us would serve as the other's attorney to resolve the issue.
Okay.
So now, in my capacity as his attorney, I request that Child be turned over to Snezhnaya. We have a responsibility to cooperate with Fontaine and resolve what has happened to him together.
The rules governing attorneys only apply before a trial has concluded. Since a verdict has already been rendered, we see the case as settled. I apologize for being unable to grant your request.
An outright refusal. Very well. I respect all the rules of Fontaine's courts, just as I respect you as Chief Justice.
I didn't think her voice would be like this.
Why don't we back up a step? You don't need to transfer Child to us. I only request to enter the fortress of Meripede to see Child and confirm his condition.
Okay.
It's not like you couldn't even manage to fulfill a simple request like that. Right, Miss Farina?
About that.
What about that?
The fortress of Meripede has always been completely autonomous.
Oh.
Even we have no authority to interfere there, and diplomatic issues do not suffice as an excuse. However, if you absolutely must confirm the situation of the Harbinger, I have a proposal.
Go break a law. Go steal candy.
The knave showed up already? Well, Linny did say that Father will be returning soon. We didn't even know that Linny was from the House of the Hearth at the time, so we kinda overlooked that information.
Please be careful, the knave won't be easy to deal with.
Yes, thank you for your kind advice. I'm well aware of the situation. I also noticed that Lady Farina acts a little odd and unnatural whenever I bring up matters related to the knave.
Could the knave be threatening Lady Farina or something?
If that were the case, then why wouldn't Lady Farina inform me? And what means could the knave possibly have to twist the arm of an Archon?
So maybe that's not very likely. Even though Farina can act a little weird at times, she's still an Archon.
In reality, this problem is even more thorny than it appears. According to reports from the fortress of Meripede, Child recently disappeared under mysterious circumstances.
Oh, that's not good. Alright, disappeared? Did he escape?
The details are still unclear.
I
We
wouldn't
cannot
make
rule out an
make the
escape,
Harbingers
but
mad.
there have also been no reports of him outside of the fortress of Meripede. Special guards oversee the fortress, and its internal systems are extensive. Combined with the special characteristics of the surrounding terrain, an escape should not be possible. I suspect that there's something else behind Child's disappearance.
He's turned
I was
to a
only
puddle.
willing to share this information with you
Not
because you are
actually,
friends
but
of Child, and it is my duty to see justice done.
So this is what you wanted to see us about before.
Yes. I would like you to go to the Fortress of Meropide and investigate Child's disappearance. This was my proposal during our meeting with the Knave. Rather than allowing her to intervene, I offered to send someone to find out about Child's situation and report back to her in detail. The Knave did not seem satisfied by my proposal, but she still agreed to go along with it for the time being. Her words were, "We will talk more once we have that report."
So that means we bought ourselves some time.
So, but why do you want us to go? And wouldn't it be more convenient to have an official from Fontaine with us?
Firstly, you're already acquainted with Child. Your eyes may discern relevant details there that others would miss. And secondly, is the consideration of the unique nature of the Fortress of Meropide.
Isn't it just Fontaine's prison?
It's like super slopes,
I would
right?
not define it so crudely. The Fortress of Meropide is not affiliated with the court system of Fontaine on paper. It has always existed as an autonomous entity. Early in Fontaine's history, criminals were punished with exile, not imprisonment. Even today, sentences against convicted criminals still include exile, just as before. The Fortress of Meropide may seem like a prison, but it should in fact be regarded as a gathering place for exiles.
So super slopes.
All we do is dispatch guards to keep watch and help maintain security, but we have no right to get involved with any other matters. Although I do have a personal relationship with the administrator there, neither myself nor the courts have the right to be directly involved with the investigation, no matter how serious the grounds.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. That's why you need us to conduct our own investigation as a third party, right?
Correct. I will arrange false charges against you so that you may secretly investigate inside the fortress during your detention. This will save us a lot of unnecessary trouble. So, are you two willing to accept my proposal?
What's gonna be our false charges? Since you're in such a tough spot, well, Child is our friend after all. I wouldn't say he's our friend.
Look at it, it seems we're the best choice. Alright, we hereby accept this difficult task. Reluctantly.
You two have my sincere thanks. This matter is of critical importance to
That is
Fontaine's
definitely
current
a fair
situation.
question.
Also, I hope that both of
But
you can
yes,
keep this operation a
I think
secret.
so.
We will rendezvous at the Fortress of Meropide's entrance on Erinius once you've prepared yourselves. I will arrange for someone to take you inside.
You're not going to prison per se. Just going elsewhere.
Is there something we need to prepare?
Perhaps you could enjoy a good meal and have a nice bath. I'm afraid that living conditions inside the fortress are nothing like those on the outside world.
Alright! Even though we'll be there on trumped up charges, we'll be in prison for real. On second thought, is it too late to back out?
We didn't even consider the fact that you didn't even consider the fact that we're going to be prisoners. We've already agreed, Paimon. Just accept it.
Please do not worry. Since you are sacrificing both your time and quality of life for the sake of delivering this report, you will be compensated according to the highest standards permitted to legal staff, regardless of the outcome.
Now that's more like it. Come on, traveler, let's go eat the best meal we can find. We'll eat so much that we won't need to eat another meal for a whole month. You're a treat.
Are you leaving now? In that case, please take this cake as a token of my personal gratitude.
Do not eat people food. It looks like we took the cake.
Oh, no need to thank me for it. Just be sure to enjoy it.
He has, okay, 3 couches. He has 6 couches in here. Why do you have so many couches? All right. All right. So.
If you're new here, don't run off on your own, or you might not be allowed to leave.
Oh, just do not ... Can I go this way? Yeah. All right. Well, I need to get some rest, stretch out my legs. And I plan on, as long as the weather and the internet is good. He's the Chief Justice of Couches. As long as the internet and the weather's good, I should be able to stream on Monday, which is 2 days from now. Don't know when I'll do it. And I guess we're going to prison. That's fun. I was wondering, because like, yeah, as I was thinking it earlier, the dog guy, for lack of a better, like, anything. I think it's the memes that make him like a dog, I guess. I don't know. I need to like actually figure it out. Like, he was on the banner and like we couldn't see him, so I was like, okay, when is he coming into play? So yeah, cool. I am gonna go to sleep. I did beat my record of my 8-hour stream that I did yesterday. Technically, it's a 10-hour stream for this one that I had to break up because my internet was being stupid. But yeah. So Monday, I'll be back, and we're going to prison. And I'm gonna go to bed. So for anyone that I have lurking, let us go and raid some person I probably don't know. So that way you guys can get your rewards still. Just keep that ball rolling. So I will see anyone who's interested in the Fontaine story and my beautiful mustache in 2 days. So thank you and goodbye. Enjoy wherever you're sending you to.